Chapter 309. After the Supreme Elder put on his clothes in a panic, the warrior began again. Soon. Under the Supreme Elder's embarrassment, Ning Tian found the flaws of these spiritual herbs one by one and made corresponding adjustments. The group of people from the Tianmo cult also saw the power of these spiritual herbs after the enhancement, the power attached to the flames, and the freezing technique given by the ice. There was also the Gale spiritual herb. Some disciples whose strength had not reached the Saint Emperor realm directly gained the ability to fly after swallowing this medicine. This was in various senses. These spiritual herbs improved by the Patriarch had achieved a heaven-defying effect, greatly increasing the combat strength of the Tianmo cult disciples. TSK. As expected of the Patriarch. As expected of the god of our Tianmo cult. The group of disciples and elders could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Not bad, that's about it. Leave the things that need to be forged to Lin Hao and the forging hall, Ning Tian muttered. After delegating the matter to Lin Hao, he looked around. But found that Luo Wuqing's figure had long disappeared. Ning Tian frowned, and his heart could not help but tighten. He hurriedly circulated his spirit energy to sense his surroundings. Soon, he sensed a familiar aura in the direction of the demonic palace. Phew, only then did he let out a sigh of relief. After that, he instructed the Supreme Elder and the others to pack the spiritual herbs in batches. Then, he stepped into the void and left. In the demonic palace. The void appeared, and Ning Tian stepped out of it and appeared in the main hall. Luo Wuqing was here. She leaned her back against the magnificent stone pillar in the main hall and raised her head slightly, a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian could not help but be stunned for a moment, and his brows furrowed slightly. It was the first time he had seen his wife in such a state. Wife. Ning Tian's voice carried some doubt. At this moment, Luo Wuqing finally reacted. A hint of panic appeared on her face, but she quickly recovered. She slowly opened her mouth, and her voice was as cold as ever. Husband, have you finished preparing the elixirs? Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly, then walked over and gently pulled her into his arms. Honey, you seem to have something on your mind. Luo Wuqing was silent for a moment. Her red lips parted slightly, and she said extremely calmly, the Righteous Tao Alliance has made a new move. They are near the northern part of the Tianmo cult. I hope husband can bring your demonic horde disciples there. Oh. Has the Righteous Alliance made a new move? Ning Tian's eyes flashed. Yes. Luo Wuqing nodded and replied with a grunt. Really? The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled into a smile. Then, he reached out his hand and gently pinched Luo Wuqing's delicate chin, gently lifting her beautiful face. The two looked at each other. Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing and said in a deep voice, Say it, what are you hiding from me? Why do you want me to bring the demonic horde disciples away? To send me away? Luo Wuqing looked away and was silent for a moment. Then, she said in a cold voice, What do I have to hide from you? If I tell you to go, you, however. Before she could finish her words, a familiar aura instantly approached her. A mouth was instantly pressed onto her red lips. Wu, although Luo Wuqing was already very familiar with this kind of thing, she was still somewhat flustered by this sudden attack. She almost subconsciously used her spiritual energy to send Ning Tian flying, but she restrained herself. Wu. Suddenly, her beautiful face flushed red and her eyes widened. This guy, actually. He stuck out his tongue. Too much. But soon, under Ning Tian's fierce attack, she was defeated. After a while, the two hugged each other tightly, gasping for breath. Ning Tian proudly looked at Luo Wuqing, whose face was still slightly red. This is the result of hiding things from your husband. If you don't finish talking, believe it or not. Pay. Shameless. Luo Wuqing's beautiful face was red. Facing this shameless husband, she had no way to deal with him. So, you'd better be obedient and say it. Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing in his arms and said seriously. Luo Wuqing pondered for a long time. Forget it. In the end, she faintly sighed. She looked at Ning Tian and slowly said, "Husband, listen to me slowly." Ning Tian looked dignified and nodded. Immediately, Luo Wuqing told the whole story. A few minutes later, Ning Tian's face was incomparably dignified. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became very heavy. He looked at Luo Wuqing and asked in a low voice, "Wife, are you sure the information Heavenly Charms gave you is true? After all, Heavenly Charms could only be considered a business partner. Her information couldn't be completely trusted. Besides, Ning Tian really couldn't figure out why she would reveal this information to them." "It's true." Luo Wuqing nodded and said softly, "Heavenly Charms' information came from the Divination Pavilion. As the most well-informed faction in the 9 zones, their information can't be false." "The Divination Pavilion?" Ning Tian fell silent. "Husband, if it was just the Righteous Tao Alliance, I wouldn't be afraid at all, but the Void God Heavenly Palace is much stronger than the Righteous Tao Alliance, so even I can't protect the Tianmo cult." "So, you took the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Horde, smack." Before she could finish, Ning Tian rapped her on the forehead. Article 136 of the Tianmo cult's rules. Heavenly demons, heavenly demons. How can you only care about yourself in this situation? Ning Tian's voice rang out. "Husband," Luo Wuqing froze. "Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Only in desperate straits can one's potential be stimulated." A confident smile tugged at the corner of Ning Tian's mouth. He patted Luo Wuqing's shoulder and said, "Don't think so much. It's better not to live than to live. Trust me, all the disciples of the Tianmo cult are determined to fight to the death." Seeing Ning Tian's confident smile, Luo Wuqing's wavering heart instantly became resolute. She nodded her head seriously. "Amen, I understand, husband." All right. Go do what you need to do." Ning Tian smiled, looking relaxed. "Amen." Luo Wuqing turned and left. After she left, the smile on Ning Tian's face instantly disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. The Void God Heavenly Palace's foundation. Who knew how many great emperors there were? He'd never encountered such an opponent. However, he couldn't bring himself to flee with his disciples. How could such an old-fashioned story happen to him? He would either fight or die. It was very simple. Since the other party had come, he would directly kill them. Phew, he took a deep breath, then moved and flew toward the back mountain of the Tianmo cult. Chapter 310. Back Mountain. The place with the densest spiritual energy. Ning Tian slowly descended. His expression was solemn as he slowly opened his palm. Soon, a small black pagoda appeared in front of him. Now, the only thing he could think of was the bloodthirsty demon in the Buddha Demon Pagoda. If he could rely on his power, there might be a chance for a turn of events. Phew, Ning Tian took a deep breath. Then, with a thought, he entered the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Inside the small black pagoda, a ray of light appeared. Looking at the dark space, Ning Tian did not hesitate at all. He turned around and walked toward the blood-colored barrier. The entire first floor of the Buddha Demon Pagoda gradually lit up as he walked. After a while, his figure paused. And in front of him, it was a stretch of crimson red, and it was difficult to move an inch. A red barrier appeared in front of him. Ning Tian looked at the red barrier indifferently. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Bloodthirsty demon, I need your power. What do you want? Tell me." Inside the barrier, there was a dead silence. After a long time, in the barrier, demonic energy shrouded it. A scarlet eye appeared in front of Ning Tian. The demonic voice also sounded at this moment. "Human, I am the bloodthirsty demon king, not the bloodthirsty demon you speak of." It first corrected Ning Tian's words, then continued. "Power. Why should I lend you my power?" There was a trace of disdain in the demonic voice. "Could it be that you don't want to leave this Buddha Demon Pagoda?" Ning Tian frowned slightly and asked coldly. "I haven't fully recovered my power. Why should I go out?" The bloodthirsty demon king sneered. The scarlet eye in the barrier was full of disdain. "Besides, it's a good thing for me to be able to see the heavenly god constitution of the human race die in the hands of the human race. Why should I help you? Hee hee. When I think of those stupid humans killing the few heavenly god constitution of the human race, those from the other races must be laughing like crazy, right? Ha ha ha. The more the bloodthirsty demon king thought about it, the more excited it became. The scarlet eye grew bigger and bigger. How do you know? Hearing the bloodthirsty demon king's words, Ning Tian's expression changed. This old devil could actually hear what was going on outside. F***ck. Wait, didn't that mean he did it? As if he knew what Ning Tian was thinking, the bloodthirsty demon king's disdainful voice sounded, "Don't think too much. This king has no interest in the affairs of your human race. It's just a dirty thing." Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. However, the power of the bloodthirsty demon king could not be relied on. Human brat, live well. Cake. The bloodthirsty demon king laughed madly. Me. Ning Tian harumphed coldly, his eyes cold as he said, "If I gain control of this pagoda, I will drag you out of the pagoda and seal you in a chamber pot. Don't worry, the disciples of our Tianmo cult all have internal heat and yellow urine." Hearing this, the bloodthirsty demon king fell silent. The sound of grinding teeth could be heard. "Hee, brat, you'd better survive first." After saying that, the scarlet eyeball disappeared. It seemed that the bloodthirsty demon king was destined not to make a deal. Ning Tian pondered for a moment, then finally sighed and turned to leave the pagoda. After coming out of the pagoda, Ning Tian put it away. Then, he moved and flew toward the Tianmo cult. What he needed to do now was to announce this matter to the public. Perhaps this matter would cause panic among some disciples, but he had to say it. Only by saying it now could the disciples and elders of the Tianmo cult quickly enter the stage of preparation for war. If he did not say it, when the Righteous Alliance and the Void God Heavenly Palace attacked, they would only be in chaos and have no chance of winning. Half an hour later, all the disciples and elders of the Tianmo cult gathered in the Tianmo cult's main square. The gazes of tens of thousands of people of the Tianmo cult were all looking at the center of the square. There were two figures there. The Patriarch and the Empress. They were the pillars of the Tianmo cult's faith. To the side, the Grand Elder looked at Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing in confusion. "Patriarch, Her Excellency the Empress, why have you gathered all the disciples?" Just now, when the Patriarch said he wanted to gather all the disciples, he went. Now that he thought about it, the Patriarch's expression just now was very grave. At a glance, he could tell that it was no small matter. All the disciples and elders of the Tianmo cult stared at Ning Tian. Ning Tian was in no hurry to speak. His gaze slowly swept over all the disciples and elders. Everyone could feel that the Patriarch was completely different from his usual self. He had become more serious and dignified. At this moment, they couldn't help but become nervous. At this time, Ning Tian slowly opened his mouth. His voice was very solemn. "Everyone, if someone wants to destroy the Tianmo cult, will you agree?" "We won't." The disciples below quickly answered. Soon, Ning Tian's voice rang out again. "But what if the other party is stronger than us?" This, for a moment, the disciples didn't know how to answer. "Kill them all the same." At this time, just when everyone was silent, a loud shout rang out. Everyone looked over. Lin Hao's face was flushed red with agitation. He roared, "Live as heavenly demons, die as heavenly demons. It doesn't matter if they're strong or not. Those who offend us heavenly demons will be killed no matter how far away they are. Kill them all the same. That's right. Kill them all the same. Kill them all. We, the disciples of the Tianmo cult, are willing to die in battle. We don't want to live in disgrace." Soon, the heavenly demon disciples under the Patriarch's command reacted. They were all agitated and shouted together. More and more disciples were ignited with the flames in their hearts, their eyes bursting with fighting spirit. They could either die with a bang or live in disgrace. And it was obvious that they chose the former. Seeing this, Ning Tian showed a satisfied smile. Behind him, Luo Wuqing and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. "However, I also want you to live and die with the Tianmo cult. Everyone has the right to live. Those who take a step forward, I'll personally send you away from the Tianmo cult." Live well. Ning Tian spoke slowly, looking at the crowd. However, a minute passed. Tens of thousands of people in the square didn't take a step forward. Seeing this, Ning Tian showed a gratified smile at the corner of his mouth. His gaze fell on the crowd. Those who offend the Tianmo cult, kill them all. Those who offend the Tianmo cult, kill them all. Kill them all. In the square, the impassioned voices of the Tianmo cult members kept ringing out. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Ning Tian with some surprise. She didn't expect her husband to consolidate the hearts of the crowd with just a few words. Everyone was afraid of death. Even if she was the leader of the Tianmo cult, she couldn't guarantee that the disciples of the cult weren't afraid of death. However, Ning Tian was able to make them truly fearless of death. Perhaps this was the result of the patriarch's long-term influence. You've shocked Luo Wuqing. You've received a reward. At this time, the system's voice appeared in Ning Tian's mind. Chapter 3:11. The system's voice sounded in his mind. You've shocked Luo Wuqing. Reward, upgrade in a spurt of energy card. Use this card to temporarily upgrade the strength of all Tianmo cult disciples within 10,000 meters to the Holy Emperor realm for 1 day. Invalid after use. Upgrade in a spurt of energy card. Upgrade the strength of all Tianmo cult disciples to the Holy Emperor realm in 1 day. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Ning Tian's eyes lit up. Although this wouldn't have much effect on the overall situation, it could reduce the casualties of the Tianmo cult disciples to the greatest extent, so that a large number of them wouldn't die at once. The real chance of victory was still in his hands. Phew, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. No matter what, at least this was good news. Husband, what's wrong? Seeing Ning Tian standing silently to the side, Luo Wuqing couldn't help but frown slightly and look over with concern. In that very moment, the gazes of tens of thousands of sky demon cultists fell upon Ning Tian. There was nervousness in their eyes, some were at a loss, but most of them were fanaticism. Ning Tian also felt a huge pressure at this moment. These disciples and elders had completely handed their lives over to him. Phew, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief again, and his eyes gradually became resolute. At this moment, he put away all his cheeky smiles and replaced them with an unparalleled seriousness. Everyone, now I'll tell you about the enemy we're going to face. Ning Tian scanned the crowd and then spoke slowly. After a while, the Tianmo cult was silent. The big square was extremely quiet at this moment. Everyone's expression was solemn, and their auras were awe-inspiring. Their faces were somewhat grave. The firmament territory. In the strongest territory of the 9 territories, the top 3 human forces were actually helping the Righteous Alliance. These disciples and elders were puzzled. However, Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing understood in their hearts. The Righteous Alliance was only after the qualification to enter the ancient road to godhood. Bah! That old bastard Zhengtian is really shameless. If he can't beat him, he'll call for help. He doesn't care about martial ethics at all. At that moment, Lin Hao spat out viciously. Roar! The ceiling flame Lion King roared. Brother Shabi, do you think so too? Lin Hao asked. Roar! The Lion King nodded vigorously. Hee hee. Lin Hao chuckled and leaned on the ceiling flame Lion King's leg. The man and beast cursed righteous Heaven Emperor. I curse Heavenly Emperor just sky to have no children. Roar! Righteous Heaven Emperor is truly an idiot. Roar! Cough cough. That, Brother Shabi, I'm not talking about you. Seeing this, the Tianmo cult members in the square didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The tension in their hearts instantly dissipated. These 2 clowns. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly as she smiled and shook her head. Husband. Luo Wuqing walked over gracefully. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy now. Hearing this, Ning Tian smiled and gently hugged her. At that moment, everyone's eyes fell on the 2 of them. They were dazzling as if they were a match made in heaven. After a while, Ning Tian let go of her. Then, he looked at the Tianmo cult members and said slowly, from now on, the Tianmo cult will enter a state of preparation for war. Yes. The Tianmo cult members shouted in unison with solemn expressions. Lin Hao, Elder Duan. At that moment, Ning Tian looked at the two of them and spoke again. Ancestral Master, we're here. Lin Hao and a white-haired elder walked over. Elder Duan was the master of the smithing palace. You too, forge the iron elemental armor in the next 2 days. Make sure that all the disciples receive a set. Ning Tian looked at the two of them and said slowly. The iron elemental armor could greatly increase defense and attack. It was also very good for the Tianmo cult's overall strength. Yes. Lin Hao and Elder Duan nodded solemnly. Wait. Just as the two of them were about to move, Ning Tian called out to them. The two of them were stunned and looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Ancestral Master, do you have anything else to say? Ning Tian did not answer. Instead, he said silently in his heart, System, use the talent skill, superlative craftsmanship. Using superlative craftsmanship, use successful. When the system's voice fell, Ning Tian began to use the superlative craftsmanship to construct the forging diagram of the spiritual weapon in his mind. After a while, a golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the two of them. You two, come over here. Lin Hao and Elder Duan did as they were told. Ning Tian reached out his hand. A ball of golden light appeared in his hand, and he gently tapped on the foreheads of the two of them. They instantly merged into it. This was the comprehension ball of light of the enlightenment and clarification skill, which contained the forging diagram of the spiritual weapon. Ancestral Master, this is. Lin Hao and Elder Duan sensed the forging diagram of the spiritual weapon spear in their minds. They could not help but be stunned for a moment as they looked at Ning Tian. This is the spiritual weapon that I developed that can work with the iron elemental armor. You two can forge it together. Yes. Lin Hao and Elder Duan were pleasantly surprised. The Ancestral Master was indeed a master of forging. He could actually develop a compatible spiritual weapon on the spot. After the two of them left, Ning Tian looked at the Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder, pluck all the spiritual herbs in the herb field and distribute them to all the disciples in batches. Yes, Ancestral Master. The Grand Elder nodded. That's it. You can all disperse. After arranging everything, Ning Tian rubbed his temples, feeling a little tired. He did not know when. The entire Tianmo cult began to focus on him. A fragrant wind blew over. Luo Wuqing pressed Ning Tian's head against her chest and softly murmured, Husband, you've worked hard. Ning Tian only made a sound of acknowledgement. She buried her head in the soft ground and breathed in the scent that made her feel a little relaxed. Life or death. It would depend on 2 days later. 2 days later. Many forces in the heavenly spirit region sensed a sense of crisis. Everyone was terrified. It was as if something big was about to happen. Everything was calm. It was as if a storm was coming. Middle State. Righteous Alliance. All the disciples and elders of the Righteous Alliance were gathered here. There were close to 100,000 people. Their eyes were blazing as they looked at the sky. There, Emperor Just Sky and the 13 Emperor gods of the Righteous Alliance were floating in the sky. Ha ha ha. Emperor Just Sky looked up to the sky and laughed. His eyes were filled with excitement. After 2 days, the Void God Emperor finally came out of seclusion. The plan that he had been waiting for half a year could finally be realized. Ha 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 ha. From today onwards, the Tianmo cult will no longer exist. Emperor Just Sky laughed wildly. Congratulations, Alliance Leader, for eliminating a great enemy. Daoist Tian Yun said respectfully. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Below, countless disciples congratulated him. Emperor Jusky's lips curled up. He was extremely satisfied. Suddenly, he looked at the sky. Chapter 312. Boom. Boom. Above the unreachable sky, a series of rumbling sounds resounded. A terrifying aura appeared. Even the members of the Righteous Alliance on the ground were affected by the shockwaves. Their bodies swayed unsteadily, and their eyes were filled with shock. What's going on? Is the sky going to collapse? At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky. Ha ha. It's here. Righteous Sky Emperor was overjoyed. Only he was able to stabilize himself under this kind of aura. Even the 13 God Emperor realm experts beside him couldn't remain calm. It's here. When the 13 Emperor gods heard this, they were stunned. Then, their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. Could it be the Void God Heavenly Palace? Boom. Boom. At this moment, in the sky, continuous rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if the sky was roaring furiously. Then, in the vast sky, the wind and clouds surged. A huge whirlpool appeared, followed by a terrifying aura. It's here, it's here. Emperor Righteous Heaven was excited. At the same time, the phenomenon in the sky above the Righteous Tao Alliance had alarmed all the forces in the Heavenly Spirit region. Heavenly Treasure Holy Land, Sword Defense Sect, Carefree Sacred Ground, Supreme Divine Nation, High Void Sect, and other top Emperor Realm forces in the Heavenly Spirit region were shocked. The leaders of the forces raised their heads and looked at the sky. That direction was where the Righteous Tao Alliance was. What were they trying to do? Everyone was shocked, and their hearts were filled with astonishment. The strength of this aura caused them to be extremely fearful in their heart. At this moment, everyone understood. The Heavenly Spirit region that had been peaceful for hundreds of years was going to be destroyed today. This was a rainstorm that would make all the forces feel fearful. What was the Righteous Tao Alliance and Emperor Righteous Heaven trying to do? Righteous Tao Alliance. In the sky, the whirlpool had expanded to several thousand meters. Emperor Righteous Heaven jumped and arrived in front of the whirlpool. He laughed and said, "Congratulations, Brother Void God. You've succeeded." Boom. Whoosh. In the whirlpool, the wind howled. Soon, a voice was heard. "Haha, Brother Righteous Heaven, you've been waiting for a long time." A figure stepped out of the whirlpool. This man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. He was the Empty God Realm Emperor. Even Zhang Tian, a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor, felt a little solemn when he sensed the Empty God Emperor's aura. Such an imposing aura. As expected, he was completely different from ordinary 9 Tribulations Great Emperors. Was this the false God realm that the Void God Emperor mentioned? "Brother Void God, are you alone?" Emperor Zhengtian looked at Emperor Shushan and then looked behind him. There was no one there. He could not help but frown and ask. In the Tianmo cult, that shameless patriarch and the Empress were both 9 Tribulations Great Emperors. Of course not. The Void God Emperor chuckled. "This time, I've brought many of my Void God Heavenly Palace's trump cards." In order to obtain the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Tao, he was willing to risk everything. Foundation. Hearing this, Emperor Zhengtian's eyes lit up. His eyes were filled with excitement. "All of you, come out." The Empty God Emperor said faintly. Boom. Then, the vortex in the sky shook again. Within the vortex, a few more figures emerged from the void. Void emergence. They are great emperors. So many great emperors. Seeing the figures in the sky, everyone from the Righteous Alliance narrowed their eyes. Their hearts raced and their eyes were filled with awe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. 9 great emperors. Hiss. Is this the foundation of the top 3 human forces in the firmament territory? When the 13 God Emperors from the Righteous Tao Alliance saw this scene, their eyes widened as they sucked in a breath of cold air. 1 9 Tribulations Great Emperor, 4 8 Tribulations Great Emperors, and 4 7 Tribulations Great Emperors. This. When Heavenly Emperor Zhengtian saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He still remembered what the Empty God Emperor had said. This was only part of the Void God Heavenly Palace's foundation. This meant that the Void God Heavenly Palace had not used their true trump card yet. No wonder the spiritual realm is the largest among the 9 regions. Emperor Zhengtian could not help but sigh inwardly. Brother Zhengtian, this is all the Void God Heavenly Palace can provide. If it's too much, those annoying fellows will appear, the Empty God Emperor said slowly to Emperor Zhengtian. Yes, that's enough. Emperor Zhengtian nodded. He naturally knew what the Empty God Emperor meant by those annoying fellows. When do we leave? Void God Emperor looked at Righteous Sky Emperor and asked. Soon. Emperor Zhengtian's lips curled into a sinister smile. He already had a plan in his mind. At this moment, his ambition was not only to destroy the Tianmo cult, but to rule the entire heavenly spirit realm. Soon, a voice with the might of a great emperor rang out from the righteous alliance of Central State. With vigorous spiritual qi, it resounded throughout the entire heavenly spirit realm. I'm Emperor Zhengtian. From today on, the heavenly spirit realm will be ruled by the righteous alliance. Everyone must submit to us. Those who refuse to submit will die. Boom. At this moment, everyone heard this oppressive voice. While they were still in a daze, several terrifying auras appeared from the righteous alliance's direction and swept over. Those were the auras of great emperors. The righteous alliance had many great emperors. At this moment, the entire heavenly spirit realm panicked. Many top experts were shocked. When did the righteous alliance become so powerful? For a moment, everyone in the heavenly spirit realm was terrified. As the wind and clouds surged, the various major forces also began to panic. They secretly made up their minds and chose the path they wanted to take. Unfettered sacred ground. Damn it, when did the righteous alliance have such a strong foundation? Sacred leader Unfettered was only a first tribulation great emperor. When he felt this terrifying aura, he was already terrified. Sacred leader, what should we do? In the main hall, everyone in the unfettered sacred ground was terrified. What else can we do? Sacred leader Unfettered sighed. His eyes shone brightly. We can only obey. The righteous alliance only wants to destroy the Tianmo cult. If we obey, we might have a chance to live. Yes, at the same time, Heavenly Treasure Holy Land, Great Compassion Palace, High Heaven Sect, and other forces seemed to have made up their minds as they looked in the same direction. The Righteous Tao Alliance had always called themselves the Righteous Tao, and no one had ever acknowledged their actions. Once they submitted to the Righteous Tao Emperor, they would only face endless exploitation. However, if they wanted to resist, they could only rely on themselves. It was far from enough. But perhaps, if that man could lead them to a chance of survival. In the Divine Kingdom, all the ministers and generals were debating. Chapter 313. In the main hall, the king of the divine nation sat at the top of the hall while the mother of the divine nation sat beside him. Below them was a group of princes, princesses, ministers, and generals. However, they did not remain silent. Instead, they continued to argue. In my opinion, we should submit to the alliance of righteous ways. If we endure hardships, we might still have a chance to turn things around. If we fight the alliance of righteous ways head-on, we'll be courting death. I think what Minister Liu said makes sense. Right now, the alliance of righteous ways is at its peak. It's still difficult for our divine nation to resist them. Sigh. How did the alliance of righteous ways suddenly become so powerful? The aura of dozens of great emperors is too terrifying. Yeah. Many sighs could be heard in the main hall. However, when has our divine nation ever submitted to others? At this moment, just as everyone was discussing, another voice sounded. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. Yes. When had their divine nation ever submitted to others? That was a disgrace. However, if they did not submit, what awaited them was only destruction. The aura of dozens of great emperors was unstoppable in the entire Tianling realm. For a time, the main hall was filled with discussions. Quiet, everyone quiet. The king of the divine nation sitting at the top of the hall finally spoke slowly. His tone was heavy, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He was full of dignity. King, what should we do now? All the princes, princesses, ministers, and generals looked at him. The king of the divine nation only responded with silence. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded in the main hall. Father, I have an idea. Perhaps it can save our divine nation from this disaster. Whoosh. Everyone's gazes turned to look at him. It's Princess Moon Spirit. Could it be that Princess Moon Spirit really has an idea? At this moment, everyone was puzzled. Oh, Moon Spirit, what idea do you have? The king of the divine nation narrowed his eyes and looked at his 30th daughter. Princess Moon Spirit stood out from the crowd. Even though everyone's eyes were on her, she was not nervous at all. The corners of her mouth curled into a confident smile. She nodded slightly and said softly, "Yes, Father. The idea is," she spoke slowly. Everyone looked over. "Cooperate with the Tianmo cult." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed drastically. What? Working with the Tianmo cult? Princess Moon Spirit, the Tianmo cult is the target of the Righteous Alliance. If our supreme divine nations were to participate, wouldn't we also be annihilated? No, no, no. The expressions of the group of ministers changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with deep panic. Ministers, have you forgotten the strength of the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult? The Moon Spirit Princess smiled coldly in the face of everyone's doubts. Don't you all know why the patriarch of the Tianmo cult is called a legend? Don't you think the miracles he brought about are few? Hearing this, the hall instantly quieted down. That day, when the legendary Grandmaster taught them and explained their doubts, the shock he brought to them was still fresh in their mind. Seeing that the group of ministers had shut up, the Moon Spirit Princess looked at the Lord of the Divine Nation and said slowly, "Father, the Righteous Alliance is just a bunch of villains. Although the Tianmo cult is a devil, they are at least open and above board. If we join the Righteous Alliance, what's the difference between our supreme divine nation being destroyed?" The Lord of the Divine Nation was silent for a long time, still not saying a word. At this moment, the Moon Spirit Princess spoke again. The supreme aura on her body circulated, and she said in a deep voice, "Father, I'd rather die in battle than live in disgrace. I'd rather die in battle than live in disgrace." Hearing this, the Lord of the Divine Nation finally had a trace of fluctuation, and a glimmer of light flowed in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly came to a realization. The teachings of the royal family of the Supreme Divine Nation, "I'd rather die in battle than live in disgrace." Ha 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 ha. Well said, "I'd rather die in battle than live in disgrace." He couldn't stop laughing. Everyone looked at him in a daze. "All right. Then, let's go all out. Our Supreme Divine Nation is never afraid of death. It's better not to live than to live in disgrace." The Lord of the Divine Nation's eyes lit up as he looked at the people in the hall. "Then let's join the Tianmo cult and fight the Righteous Alliance head-on. Perhaps the patriarch of the Tianmo cult will give us a miracle." Yes. In just half a day, many factions in the Tianling region had made a choice. In the face of death, they chose the path of survival. The Righteous Alliance became even more powerful. There were also many people who chose to wait and see. Only a small number of people quietly headed in one direction. It was also at this moment. A piece of news spread throughout the entire Tianling region. The Righteous Alliance had finally declared war on the Tianmo cult. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it. Could the patriarch of the Tianmo cult, who was known as the legend of the Tianmo cult, still bring about a miracle today? Tianmo cult. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire cult was heavy. They had also heard that voice clearly. The Righteous Alliance was finally attacking. In the sky, Ning Tian floated in the air. He looked at everyone with a serious expression and said slowly, "Everyone, put on your iron elemental armor and take your spears. We are ready to fight." Yes. Yes, Patriarch. Everyone in the Tianmo cult looked solemn. They circulated their spirit energy, put on their iron elemental armor, and picked up their spirit spears. Soon, they would face a terrifying enemy. Phew, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. A fragrant wind blew beside him. He looked over and asked, "Honey, is there any movement from the Righteous Alliance?" "Yes, they're coming." Luo Wuqing nodded. At this moment, she was wearing a blue dress. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes were full of coldness. "Yes, get ready to fight." Ning Tian nodded solemnly. Boom. At this moment, a rumble came from the sky. The expressions of everyone in the Tianmo cult changed. Then, they circulated their spirit energy and stared at the sky. "Are the people from the Righteous Alliance here?" In the sky, Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing looked over with a serious expression. "Are they here?" Ning Tian frowned slightly. Luo Wuqing shook her head and said coldly, "I don't think so. Their aura is not right. Is there someone else?" Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and looked over. Soon, several auras appeared in the sky. A few familiar figures flew over. Patriarch, I'm here. A voice came from the sky. A fat man flew over. Although he was fat, he could fly. He was Zhu Yuanbo. Behind him, the Tianbao Sacred Master, Tianbao Daoist, and other experts from the Tianbao Holy Land flew over. What are you doing? Ning Tian was stunned and asked. Now that the Righteous Alliance is acting recklessly, we can only rely on you, Patriarch. The Tianbao Sacred Master smiled bitterly and said slowly. He was the only divine the Arch in the entire Tianbao Holy Land. If he joined the Righteous Alliance, the Tianbao Holy Land would be finished. Chapter 314. Join Ancestral Master? Hearing this, Ning Tian and the others were taken aback. Before they could say anything else, rumbling sounds appeared in the sky again. More and more people appeared in the sky. Ancestral Master, our High Heaven sect is here too. Ling Ao descended from the sky with a group of High Heaven sect experts behind him. Great Ancestor Tian Bei also rushed over with Yi Bei and the others. They only had one goal, which was to join the Tianmo cult. Now, it was difficult for a single sect to resist the powerful Righteous Tao Alliance. Perhaps if they gathered together, they might have a chance. Ning Tian's eyes flashed as he slowly glanced at the experts of the three sects and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you afraid of death? The Righteous Tao Alliance is different from the past. Behind them is the Void God Heavenly Palace of the Firmament Territory." Firmament Territory. Void God Heavenly Palace. Hearing this, the faces of the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land, High Heaven Sect, and Great Compassion Palace changed slightly. They had naturally heard of the Void God Heavenly Palace of the Firmament Territory, but they were very surprised to hear that the Righteous Tao Alliance was cooperating with the Void God Heavenly Palace. The Righteous Tao Alliance is too shameless. They actually invited a foreign force. Zhu Yuanbo was furious. If he could, he would steal the Righteous Tao Alliance's horse and let Yuqin cook it. It's okay. However, the three sect masters looked at each other, their eyes full of determination. At worst, we'll die. Those hypocritical villains of the Righteous Tao Alliance dare to call themselves the Righteous Tao Alliance. Bah. It's as if someone admitted it. It's better to believe in Ancestral Master than submit to the Righteous Tao Alliance. What if there is a miracle? The experts of the three sects were furious. Okay. Seeing the determined looks of the experts of the three sects, Ning Tian nodded and said seriously, "Since you trust me, I will give you a miracle if possible." The experts of the three sects nodded heavily. At this moment, a phrase that had been widely circulated in the Tianmo cult echoed in their minds. The Ancestral Master is forever God. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a loud shout was heard in the sky. Then, a horse pulled a chariot. Everyone raised their heads. What the hell is this? Is this a supreme divine nation? This group of old-fashioned fellows actually came too? Surprise flashed through the Sky Vault Sacred Lord's eyes. In his impression, the divine nation was extremely arrogant and old-fashioned. Who would have thought that he would also choose to join the Tianmo cult? Boom. Very soon. The divine horse landed in the palanquin. Several people appeared. Divine Kingdom Master and Divine Kingdom Mother, I didn't expect both of your supreme divine kingdoms to come. High Heaven Sect Master Ling Beihan raised his brow and said, "Ha ha ha. It's better not to live than to live." The divine nation master laughed out loud. Immediately after, he looked at Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing with a solemn expression. Ancestral Master, Empress, the supreme divine nation is willing to cooperate with the Tianmo cult against the Righteous Alliance. Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly. At this moment, Princess Moon Spirit walked over gracefully. Her eyes sparkled as she bowed slightly to Ning Tian. Moon Spirit greets the Patriarch. Princess Moon Spirit, long time no see. Ning Tian greeted her, but he didn't see Yuqin beside Moon Spirit, so he guessed that she must have returned to the Firmament Territory. Everyone. Ning Tian looked at the crowd with a solemn expression and said slowly, "Whether we live or die, we'll decide it with a battle." Yes, Ancestral Master. The people of the Tianmo cult, as well as the masters of the other four great forces, All nodded. Boom. Boom. At this moment, a roar broke out in the sky. Dark clouds filled the sky, and the entire sky darkened. A huge aura shrouded the entire sky, constantly attacking the Tianmo cult. They are here. Inside the Tianmo cult, everyone's faces darkened, and their expressions became solemn. Ancestral Master, hundreds of thousands of Righteous Alliance disciples have already surrounded the mountain gate. At this moment, the Supreme Elder flew over from the side. His expression changed slightly as he spoke to Ning Tian in a serious tone. Hundreds of thousands of Righteous Alliance disciples. Everyone's heart was suddenly shocked. Don't worry, they're just cannon fodder. Let the disciples deal with them. Ning Tian waved his hand, and his tone was very casual. He looked at the sky. The top masters of the Righteous Alliance were the most important. Let the disciples deal with them. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The Tianmo cult only had tens of thousands of disciples, while the Righteous Alliance had hundreds of thousands. This huge gap, soon. Everyone saw a black mass of Righteous Alliance disciples surrounding the Tianmo cult so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Waves of aura surged into the sky. Boom. At this moment, in the sky, a huge vortex appeared, and everyone in the Tianmo cult looked up. Soon, two figures appeared from the vortex. Everyone had seen one of them before, and that was the Righteous Sky Emperor. Next to him stood a man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. The Emperor's aura that he inadvertently revealed made everyone's expression very solemn. This person must be the 9 Tribulations Emperor. However, for some reason, they vaguely felt that his aura was stronger than the Righteous Sky Emperor's. Void God Realm Emperor. Ning Tian looked at the sky, his eyes solemn as he murmured. Beside him, Luo Wuqing quietly took a step forward and stood in front of Ning Tian, blocking the waves of terrifying Emperor's aura. Everyone thought that Ning Tian was also a 9 Tribulations Emperor. However, only she knew that while everyone was in fear, the young man standing in front of everyone was only a heavenly venerable. However, the calmness that he displayed was something that even a great emperor could not compare to. Ha ha ha. In the sky, the Righteous Sky Emperor laughed loudly. He looked coldly at the Tianmo cult below. I really didn't expect that there would be some stupid people who would choose to believe in a Tianmo cult that is destined to perish. How laughable, how laughable. Hearing this, the expressions of the 4 major forces turned ugly. The Theocracy King even snorted coldly. What? The Tianmo cult's famous Empress and legendary patriarch have become mute. They can't even say a word. The Righteous Sky Emperor smirked as he looked at Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing. His eyes were full of pride. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you, Ning Tian said indifferently. Beside him, Luo Wuqing directly unleashed the aura of a 9 Tribulations Emperor. Her attitude was even clearer. Ha ha ha. The Righteous Sky Emperor's eyes flashed. Then, 13 figures emerged from the vortex behind him. At this moment, the void rippled, and another 9 figures stepped out from the void. Suddenly, everyone's pupils shrank. Great Emperors. At this moment, dozens of auras appeared in the sky. 13 God Emperors from the Righteous Alliance. 3 of them were 9 Tribulations Great Emperors, 4 were 8 Tribulations Great Emperors, and 4 were 7 Tribulations Great Emperors. Chapter 3:15. Hiss. At this moment, the expressions of the people below changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. At first, they thought that the Righteous Alliance only had a few great emperors, but who would have thought that these great emperors were all above the 7th Tribulation? A total of 11 Great Emperor level experts and 13 God Emperor level expert. This was enough to overthrow all the forces in the Tianling region. After all, the Tianling region was only the smallest of the 9 regions in the Tianqian region. How is this possible? The Void God Heavenly Palace actually went to this extent. Are they not afraid of the existence of those guys? Patriarch Great Sorrow gasped. His turbid eyes were filled with astonishment. It's over, it's over. Daoist Tianbao wanted to cry but had no tears. They would die no matter what. Suddenly, the 4 forces who had a glimmer of hope fell into despair. Facing 11 martial monarch realm experts, all of whom were martial monarchs with high calamities, The miracle they were expecting would never happen. In an instant, despair rose in their hearts. The light in their eyes had already disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. In the sky, Great Emperor Zhengtian laughed wildly as he looked at the people below with a ferocious expression. Are you desperate? Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret. You should have thought about joining our righteous Tao alliance. However, it's too late. As soon as Great Emperor Zhengtian finished speaking, a cold killing intent instantly enveloped the surrounding. Silence. Dead silence. Surrounding the hearts of the people below. At this moment, a figure rushed into the sky, and a loud roar resounded in everyone's ears. Tianmo cult disciples, I would rather die in battle than live in disgrace. Boom. At the same time, a beautiful figure landed beside him, and a terrifying Great Emperor's aura instantly swept the surrounding. In an instant, all the Tianmo cult disciples felt their blood boil, and battle intent surged in their eyes. I would rather die in battle. I would rather die in disgrace. At this moment, the Tianmo cult disciples' cries rang out continuously. Hearing the roar, the people of the four forces were somewhat moved. The despair in their eyes faded bit by bit, and the battle intent in their hearts was ignited bit by bit. Yu Ling's beautiful eyes looked at the sky and landed on Ning Tian's figure. Her red lips parted slightly and her eyes were filled with determination. Father, it's better to not live than to live. Damn it. I've been fighting my whole life. Why would I be afraid of death? Hearing this, the king of the divine nation harumphed coldly. The aura of a five tribulations great emperor flowed out of his body. At the same time, the eyes of the masters of Heavenly Treasure Holy Land, High Heaven Sect, and Great Compassion Palace surged with fighting spirit as their auras quietly emerge. Either way, he would die. At the very least, they wanted to be able to choose their own method of death. Died in battle. Living forever is better than living an ignoble life. It's just a last-ditch struggle. Seeing this, the empty god emperor narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms, and watched coldly. You're courting death. Emperor Zhengtian snorted coldly as his eyes were filled with mockery. Then, he shouted loudly. All disciples and elders of the righteous Tao Alliance, heed my command. Yes. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted in unison, their voices deafening. Exterminating devil. Show the might of the righteous Tao. The voice that contained the emperor's aura spread out and resounded throughout the entire heavenly spirit region. Exterminating devil. Exterminating devil. Show the might of the righteous Tao. The voices continued to ring out. Everyone was killed. Kill them. As soon as Emperor Zhengtian's voice fell, hundreds of thousands of disciples surged forward with an earth-shattering momentum. Battle cries continued to ring out. Even the earth trembled. The mountains of the Tianmo cult collapse. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with nervousness. F***CK. Everyone, don't be afraid. Charge. You won't lose out if you kill one, but you'll definitely make a profit if you kill two. Lin Hao roared loudly. He, brother of the Tianmo cult, this saint thinks so too. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled. Two equally fat people erupted with boundless fighting spirit at this moment and took the lead to charge toward the black mass of the righteous Tao Alliance's army. They were like fireflies in the dark night, small but full of courage. Disciples of the Tianmo cult, charge with me. Lan Lengleng's beautiful eyes flickered with a cold light. At this moment, she was wearing iron armor and holding a long spear. She looked very heroic. More and more Tianmo cult disciples charged forward without fear of death. Tens of thousands of people against hundreds of thousands of people. In everyone's eyes, this kind of behavior was undoubtedly equivalent to seeking death. Ridiculous. Emperor Zhengtian laughed mockingly. However, at this moment, Ning Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. He said in his heart, System, use the one spurt upgrade card. Using one spurt upgrade card. Use successful. The moment the system's voice fell, a wave of aura spread from Ning Tian's body and enveloped a radius of 10,000 meters. In an instant, all the Tianmo cult disciples who charged forward suddenly realized that their abilities were constantly increasing at this moment. In the blink of an eye, All the Tianmo cult disciples' abilities had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor stage. Boom! In an instant, their eyes were filled with shock. However, they quickly suppressed it. The most important thing now was to kill all the righteous Tao Alliance's disciples. Perhaps this was all because of their patriarch, their miracle. Very soon, the hundreds of thousands of troops from the righteous Tao Alliance were shocked to discover that the tens of thousands of Tianmo cult disciples who were running toward them suddenly flew up one by one. Crap! Peak of the Holy Emperor stage. This is also a peak of the Holy Emperor stage. Crap! Damn, they are all peak of the Holy Emperor stage. All the disciples of this cult are peak of the Holy Emperor stage. Right then. The hundreds of thousands of troops from the righteous Tao Alliance were stunned. All of them were in a mess. What the hell? What the hell was going on? Zhu Yuanbo clearly saw that Lin Hao, who was running with him just now, was suddenly enveloped by golden light and flew into the sky. He was instantly dumbfounded. I am the unparalleled genius of the heavenly treasure sacred ground. But I am only an 8-star Holy Emperor. But now every disciple of the Tianmo cult is a peak of the Holy Emperor stage. Crap! Not only Zhu Yuanbo, but the powerful figures of the 4 major forces were also shocked. What the hell was going on? The strongest of these disciples just now was only at the Earth King stage, and the weaker ones might have just stepped into the martial path. But how did they all become peak of the Holy Emperor stage in the blink of an eye? Hiss! Could it be that this has something to do with our patriarch? The powerful figures of the 4 major forces looked at Ning Tian, who was standing in the sky with his hands behind his back, in shock. Was this a miracle? At this moment, the extinguished flames in their eyes reignited. What's going on? In the sky, Emperor Zhengtian and the other powerful figures were all stunned. Emperor Zhengtian frowned deeply. This sect's disciples were all peak of the Holy Emperor stage. No matter which spirit realm they were in, this was a shocking existence. Everyone in the cult was a genius. How was this possible? Damn it. He must have used some tricks. Emperor Zhengtian's eyes flashed fiercely. Then, he raised his giant hand. Chapter 316. So what if they're geniuses? They're just ants at the peak of the Holy Emperor stage. The Emperor can destroy them with one palm. Emperor Zhengtian snorted coldly. His Emperor's aura circulated as he suddenly raised his hand. It turned into a giant hand and fell on the group of Tianmo cult disciples below. How shameless. As a great emperor, you dare to attack some disciples. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Boom. The giant hand carried Emperor's aura and fell down heavily. At this moment, a burst of Emperor's aura attacked. A beautiful figure instantly flashed in front of the group of disciples. She raised her jade-like hand slightly and shook it gently. Boom. Bang. The giant hand shattered in an instant. Phew. The group of Tianmo cult disciples breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Luo Wuqing in awe. Thank you, Empress, for saving us. It's fine. Just kill the righteous faction dogs. Luo Wuqing shook her head slightly and said indifferently. She looked coldly at Emperor Zhengtian and said coldly, Zhengtian, no matter what happens today, you will not leave the Tianmo cult alive. Hearing this, Emperor Zhengtian's body trembled. His expression was slightly ugly, but he did not speak. At this moment, an aura appeared beside him. The empty God Emperor appeared beside him. He looked at Luo Wuqing with a smile. You're the Empress of the Tianmo cult. You're indeed the strongest Empress of the Tianling region. Seeing you today, it's true. Whether it's in terms of beauty or strength, you're worthy of being called a peerless beauty. Presumptuous. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. Then, a terrifying Emperor's aura attacked the empty God Emperor. Emperor Zhengtian wanted to dodge. The empty God Emperor waved his hand slightly and smiled confidently. Similarly, a wisp of Emperor's aura appeared. Boom. In an instant, the sky exploded and the aura roared. You've come into contact with that realm? Luo Wuqing frowned slightly and looked coldly at the empty God Emperor. At this moment, as long as he had the guidance to godhood, he could become a god on the spot. Ha ha ha. Empress, how about submitting to me? The Void God Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of evil charm. Are you worthy? Luo Wuqing responded with a sneer. Her beautiful eyes gradually turned cold. Do you really think that you're the only demigod? What do you mean? You've also come into contact with that level. The empty God Emperor looked over and his expression changed. How is this possible? Is it difficult to become a demigod? Don't forget, the Emperor will become a great emperor in 100 years. Luo Wuqing's cold voice fell, and a holy aura accompanied by emperor pressure emerged from her tender body. As expected, the empty God Emperor's pupils shrank as his eyes were filled with shock. This woman is actually so powerful. Great Emperor Just Sky had an ugly expression. The Empress of the Tianmo cult was a peerless genius of the last several hundred years. To become a great emperor in a mere 100 years was enough to prove her talent. The Empress can indeed become a great emperor as long as she obtains the guide to godhood. The expressions of the experts of the 4 sects improved. However, they didn't dare to lower their guard. There were still many great emperors, and the other side also had experts who surpassed the 9 tribulations great emperor. It seems like we can't let you live. The empty God Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he circulated his aura. The two looked at each other and rushed over. At the same time, a group of God Emperors from the Righteous Alliance also rushed over to fight with the experts of the 4 sect. In an instant, the battle erupted. Terrifying emperor pressure exploded in the sky as spiritual energy surged. Ning Tian looked around with a solemn expression. Although the God Emperors from the Righteous Alliance had attacked, none of the great emperors from the Void God Heavenly Palace had attacked. No. Where are they? At this moment, Ning Tian suddenly realized that the group of great emperors had disappeared. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy and became alert. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression changed greatly. The goal of the empty God Emperor and the others was to focus their attacks and injure one of them. Luo Wuqing was in danger. Wife, be careful. He suddenly let out a roar. At the same time, in the sky, Luo Wuqing had repelled 2 great emperors with one move. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly sensed terrifying auras coming from all directions. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 9 tribulations great emperor rushed over, followed by the 8 tribulations and 7 tribulations great emperors. Shameless! Seeing this scene, the Tianmo cult's members were enraged. The 11 great emperors attacked at the same time, including the demigod realm expert who was not weaker than Luo Wuqing. Even the Empress couldn't resist. Boom! As the auras approached, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. She moved her delicate body and blasted out several palms. Although she managed to shatter the waves of emperor pressure, she was also affected. She retreated a few hundred meters, and there was a trace of red at the corner of her mouth. Empress! Everyone's expression changed greatly. Continue to attack. The Void God Great Emperor snorted coldly. In an instant, the 11 waves of emperor pressure gathered together and turned into a ray of light, falling toward Luo Wuqing. Boom! Waves of emperor pressure condensed here. It was unstoppable. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes were full of seriousness, but at this moment, she couldn't retreat. Behind her were tens of thousands of Tianmo cult disciples. Empress, the experts of the 4 major forces all looked unsightly. With their strength, they could only deal with the divine emperors of the Righteous Alliance. They were not qualified to participate in the battle of the great emperors in the sky. Just by approaching, they would be restricted by the pressure. At this moment, everyone's expression was ugly, and a huge stone hung in their heart. If the Empress fell, the entire battle, could the ancestral master alone reverse the situation? Boom! The ray of light was only a few hundred meters away from Luo Wuqing. In the face of this level of attack, even she had no confidence in her heart. Phew, husband, maybe it's up to you. She took a deep breath. Her eyes were full of determination. The attack that contained the power of 11 great emperors was getting closer and closer at this moment. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Luo Wuqing's delicate body also erupted with terrifying emperor pressure. Just as her delicate body trembled slightly and was about to rush forward to fight, a figure emerged from the void in front of her, blocking in front of her. Soon, it was shrouded in golden light. Husband. Seeing this scene, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes were full of crimson color, and her beautiful face was instantly covered with frost. Zheng Tian, virtual god. The emperor swears that if my husband makes the slightest mistake, even if the emperor's soul is scattered, today, you will die without a doubt. Her voice was cold, without the slightest emotion. She knew that Ning Tian was only in the heavenly master realm. Hearing this, Zheng Tian and virtual god emperor's expressions changed, but soon they snorted coldly. No matter what. The legendary ancestral master of the Tianmo cult would die without a doubt. Ancestral master. The ancestral master rushed in. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking at the sky worriedly. Above the sky, the golden light was dazzling, and there was no one in sight. Chapter 317. Ha ha ha. Don't get your hopes up. Emperor Zhengtian looked at the worried expressions of the people below and couldn't help but grin. His words instantly chilled everyone's heart. Even if he's a demigod, he'll definitely die under the joint attack of 11 great emperors. Definitely die. Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly and their eyes were filled with despair. Their ancestor, who had brought them miracles, was defeated in the end. For a moment. Despair. Sorrow. Despair appeared in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, at this moment, a low voice sounded from within the golden light. Who said I'm dead? The voice sounded. Everyone was stunned for a long time. They suddenly reacted. The voice belonged to their ancestor. Our ancestor is not dead. Ha ha ha. I knew our ancestor wouldn't die like this. F***ck. Our ancestor is awesome. Our ancestor is a god forever. Everyone from the Tianmo cult cried tears of joy and excitement. As long as their ancestor was not dead, he would bring them unimaginable miracles. The legendary ancestor of the Tianmo cult is indeed worthy of his reputation. The experts from the 4 major forces could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Husband, Luo Wuqing finally heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the familiar voice. Her delicate body was trembling at this moment. At this moment, she felt as if she had regained something she had lost. Impossible. How could the Tianmo cult's ancestor not be dead? This is the joint attack of 11 great emperors. Even a demigod would definitely die. Emperor Zhengtian and the others' expressions changed drastically at this moment. Their hearts were in turmoil. Not dead. How could it be? Don't panic. Emperor Shu Shun was the calmest among them. He frowned and his expression was not good. Perhaps he's not dead, but he must be seriously injured and can't fight anymore. It's already a miracle that he's not dead under such an attack. Emperor Zhengtian and the others' expressions turned slightly better when they heard Emperor Shu Shun's words. If he could not fight, then they would kill him again. Boom. The golden light in the sky slowly dissipated. A deep ravine that was hundreds of thousands of meters long appeared on the ground. There was no sign of life in the ravine. This was enough to prove how terrifying this move was. However, at this very moment, everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the sky. As the golden light dissipated, a vague figure appeared. That was Ning Tian. That was the legendary founder of the Tianmo cult. Hiss. When the crowd saw Ning Tian clearly, they were all shocked. Their pupils constricted as they were shocked beyond word. In the sky, when the golden light completely dissipated, Ning Tian looked as if nothing had happened. Even his clothes were undamaged. What serious injuries? What near death? None of that existed. The combined attacks of the 11 great emperors seemed to have vanished into thin air when they landed on him. Just this. Ning Tian touched her face. Her face had an invincible defense. That wasn't a joke. Let me remind you of something. The next time you attack, don't focus on one spot. Ning Tian looked at the dumbfounded righteous Sky Emperor and the others mockingly. After saying that, he slowly turned around. He looked at Luo Wuqing behind him. Wife, he walked over and saw the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Instantly, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. All of you have to die. Ning Tian gently wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Then, he looked coldly at Emperor Zhengtian and the others. They must die. What? His unharmed. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At this very moment, Emperor Zhengtian and the rest of the 11 great emperors were in a daze. Their hearts were in turmoil. They could not be more shocked. Even Emperor Shushan, who had been calm all this while, could not stop trembling. His heart was filled with shock. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can he be unharmed? His lips turned pale as he kept mumbling. Ha ha ha. Ancestral Master is awesome. He will always be a god. Zhu Yuanbo laughed loudly and shouted. This was the miracle they were all waiting for. Ancestral Master will always be a god. Ancestral Master will always be a god. At this moment, the voice of a god kept ringing. Vaguely, it seemed to resound throughout the entire Tianling region. It was also at this moment. The system's voice finally echoed in Ning Tian's mind. You have shocked Emperor Zhengtian. You have shocked Emperor Shushan. You have shocked Emperor Shu. You have shocked great ancestor Tianbei. You have shocked hundreds of thousands of troops from the Righteous Alliance. You have shocked Tianmo cult's disciples. Ning Tian's move shocked countless people. Everyone was shrouded in his shock. Reward. Divine Demon World Annihilation card. This time, the system did not introduce the reward too much. The voice finally fell in Ning Tian's mind. Use. Divine Demon World Annihilation card. However, Ning Tian did not hesitate and used it directly. Use. Divine Demon World Annihilation card. Use successful. Bang. At this moment, golden light flashed on Ning Tian's body. Infinite power surged in his body. His body began to enlarge at this moment. In the blink of an eye, his body was 10,000 feet tall and there was a trace of divine aura circulating around him. At the same time, in the Buddha demon pagoda in his body, a huge wave of demonic aura surged into his body uncontrollably. What's going on? In the Buddha demon pagoda, bloodthirsty demon king was shocked. This was because his body was being decomposed by an unknown force, turning into demonic aura and surging in a direction. This aura. It's the aura of the heavenly god physique. It's that kid. At this moment, bloodthirsty demon king's eyes were filled with deep shock. He did not expect Ning Tian to have such power. Roar. Ning Tian, who had already turned 10,000 feet tall, let out an angry roar. At this moment, on his body, monstrous demonic aura and golden light appeared at the same time. His left eye turned black while his right eye shone with golden light. Divine demon in one body. It was enough to destroy the world. What's going on? Seeing Ning Tian, who had suddenly turned 10,000 feet tall, everyone was stunned at this moment. That monstrous demonic aura and dazzling golden light were enough to change anyone's expression. Chapter 318. As the golden light flickered, Ning Tian's body grew to a height of 10,000 feet. With the divine light protecting his body, he looked like a god descending to the world. However, the monstrous demonic chi that was faintly circulating around his body caused everyone to be extremely shocked. God and demon in one body, enough to destroy the world. This. Ancestral Master became so big all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanbao stuttered as he stared at Ning Tian, who was shaking the heavens with her body. This is Ancestral Master's true strength. The Sky Vault Sacred Lord swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes full of shock. Oh my god. Luckily, Ancestral Master didn't use this move in my Divine Land City. Otherwise, my Divine Nation would have been destroyed long ago. The Divine Nation Lord rejoiced in his heart. Could it be that Ancestral Master broke through to the immortal state directly? Ling Beihan raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. No, it's impossible to reach the immortal state without going through the ancient road to godhood. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times in the profound sky continent. Ancestral Master Tianbei shook his head and said with certainty. Although the current Ancestral Master had a heaven-defying appearance, he was not at the immortal state yet. Then, what realm is Ancestral Master at now? Hearing this, The group of experts swallowed their saliva and looked up at the towering figure not far away. Next. This was the miracle that the ancestral master had brought them. Husband, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. She could sense that Ning Tian's aura was still at the heavenly venerate state. However, the power of his body was comparable to a true immortal state expert. The power of the heavenly god body, and Luo Wuqing narrowed her beautiful eyes and murmured, "This is the demonic aura power of the Buddha Demon Tower? God and demon in one body. Brother empty god, what's going on?" Emperor Righteous Heaven's expression was extremely ugly, and fear emerged in his heart at this moment. "I don't know." Emperor Void God shook his head solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid. We are all great Emperor-level experts. So what if he becomes 10,000 feet tall? It's just a little bigger. It's impossible for its strength to reach the deity realm. As long as he doesn't reach the divine realm, then we still have a chance of winning, yes." The other 10 great emperors nodded their heads in agreement. Boom. In the sky, the auras of 11 great emperors burst forth and charged towards Ning Tian. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing was about to make a move. However, at this moment, Ning Tian's voice boomed like thunder in the sky. "Honey, you're injured. Just watch. I'll deal with these guys." "All right." Luo Wuqing froze for a moment, then nodded. She was indeed injured. After forcefully withstanding that attack, the aura within his body had become a bit chaotic. Since Ning Tian said this, it meant that he could do it. Her husband had never been a boastful person. "Ha! Ridiculous. You dare to deal with all of us at the same time? Unbridled strength." Hearing this, the 11 great emperor-level experts all laughed angrily. As great emperors, wherever they went, they would be respected and revered by tens of thousands of people. However, now, the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult dared to say that he wanted to deal with the 11 of them alone. This was simply looking down on them. In an instant, dozens of great emperors' auras gathered at the same time. They turned into 10,000 feet of golden light and charged towards Ning Tian. Seeing this, in the sky, there seemed to be a sneer. Then, a flame appeared in the hand of Ning Tian, who had already turned 10,000 feet tall, and a huge flaming sword appeared in his hand. "This is an immortal artifact." No. How could there be such a huge immortal artifact? Seeing this, Zheng Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Boom. As soon as the red cloud sword appeared, the whole world turned fiery red. It was as if the sky had been ignited. The red cloud sword was an emperor sword. The stronger Ning Tian was, the stronger it would be. Boom. Ning Tian, who had turned 10,000 feet tall, swung his sword. In an instant, the red cloud sword's body was filled with endless flames, and a sword light that was 10,000 feet long appeared. In an instant, dozens of great emperors' auras were instantly shattered like thin paper. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the 11 great emperor-level experts' expressions changed drastically. Shattered in an instant. Was their emperor's might a joke? You have once again shocked the 11 great emperors. The strength of the celestial demon body has increased again. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. In Ning Tian's body, the golden demonic aura flourished again. "To be honest, you guys are very strong." Ning Tian's voice sounded from the sky, exploding in the ears of the 11 great emperor-level expert. "However, I'm sorry to say that I'm stronger than you guys now." As soon as his voice fell, the red cloud sword appeared in Ning Tian's hand again. Sword Dao. Instant slash. With a 10,000 feet tall body, he activated the Sword Dao martial arts. This kind of power seemed to be tearing the sky apart. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a fiery sword light appeared. It instantly slashed toward the 11 great emperor-level expert. Boom. "Be careful." The empty god emperor shouted and then activated his demigod aura to defend against this move. The great emperors beside him did not dare to let down their guard. They all activated their emperor auras with solemn expressions. "Empty god tremble." The empty god emperor shouted and spiritual energy appeared in his hand. Behind him, an illusory figure appeared. It forcefully blocked the flaming sword ray. You're overestimating yourself. Ning Tian's eyes were cold as he slashed out 2 more sword rays. Boom. The illusionary figure behind the martial monarch was instantly shattered as his figure was sent flying. Poof. How is this possible? The empty god emperor's eyes flashed with shock. He was a demigod expert, how could he be in such a sorry state? Boom. At the same time, the flaming sword ray instantly slashed down. In the sky, the 4-7 tribulation great emperors fell from the sky like sparrows with broken wings. Humph. A cold snort was heard. Ning Tian flipped his hand and a small black tower appeared. The demonic aura in his body surged and the pagoda spirit in the pagoda spirit let out a buzzing sound. Next, the originally small pagoda spirit instantly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, demonic aura surged from the pagoda spirit. Ning Tian's palm shook. Next, the huge pagoda spirit fell to the ground and instantly suppressed the 4-7 tribulation great emperors under the pagoda spirit. Boom. Boom. When the pagoda spirit landed on the ground, the entire ground trembled. On the ground, all the disciples and elders of the righteous Tao Alliance vomited blood and were instantly sent flying. Palace Master, save us. Soon, the 4-7 tribulation great emperors who were suppressed under the pagoda spirit let out a series of screams. The empty god emperor's expression changed, but he did not move. The black tower that was hundreds of meters tall gave him an indescribable sense of fear. If he rushed up recklessly, he was afraid that he would be suppressed under it. Under the pagoda spirit, the screams stopped. Chapter 319. Soon. The 4-7 tribulation great emperors suppressed under the Buddha demon pagoda were refined into a thick demonic aura. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, it rushed toward Ning Tian. Phew, Ning Tian opened his mouth and swallowed the thick demonic aura. At the same time, his body shook violently again. The monstrous demonic aura in his left eye seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole. It was extremely terrifying. Divine demon fusion has reached the strongest state. When the system's voice fell, Ning Tian's lips curled slightly, and a trace of evil flashed in his eyes. Since it had reached the strongest state, then let's kill. In the next moment, red cloud in Ning Tian's hand turned into a ball of flame and dissipated. He clenched his fist and turned into a golden light. He punched out. Bang! Golden light fist shadow. Bang bang! In just an instant, a figure in the sky was directly beaten into a cloud of blood mist. What? Who exploded? Below, the people of the Tianmo cult and the 4 sects were stunned when they saw this scene and looked over. All of this happened too suddenly. This punch seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Even the great emperors could not react in time. The void god great emperor's expression suddenly changed, and he looked over. In an instant, his eyes were about to burst open. Elder Liu, the one who was beaten into a cloud of blood mist by Ning Tian, was another 9 tribulation great emperor. He blew up a 9 tribulation great emperor with one punch. Everyone. The other great emperors. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Their eyes were dull as if they had lost their ability to think. How was this possible? Weren't 9 tribulation great emperors invincible under the immortal state? Why were they so weak in the hands of the Tianmo cult's patriarch? At this moment, everyone in the Righteous Alliance was shocked. The experts of the Tianmo cult and the 4 sects were extremely excited. Ha 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 ha. F***ck. He blew up a 9 tribulation great emperor with one punch. How satisfying. I knew it. The patriarch is the miracle we've been waiting for. Haha. Grandmaster is awesome. Grandmaster is forever a god. Excited voices rang out one after another. They finally saw the dawn of victory shining in front of their eyes. A miracle will appear in the end. The originally arrogant Righteous Alliance army was now like deflated balloons. Unknowingly, their situation had switched with that of the Tianmo cult disciples. It was their turn to despair. Boom! Ning Tian retracted his golden palm. In the blink of an eye, a huge hand filled with demonic qi grabbed hold of the blood mist. Very quickly, the demonic qi corroded the blood mist, turning it into nourishment for the demonic qi and absorbed it into his body. The blood of a great emperor is indeed wonderful. Ning Tian mumbled as his left eye emitted a black glow. Hiss. Upon seeing this, the empty god realm martial monarch shuddered violently. Elder Liu, who was a 9 tribulations martial monarch, had been completely absorbed by Ning Tian's demonic qi. Are you from the human race or the demon race? The empty god realm martial monarch swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. At this moment, his body trembled uncontrollably as he expressed extreme fear. Human race? Demon race? Ning Tian sneered as if he found these words uninteresting. He activated his palm dao and blasted out a palm. His indifferent voice rang out. He! I am the heavens. Ning Tian's voice rang out coldly. A cold glow flashed in his hand. This time, he was using a heaven-class martial art, extreme cold shattering palm. Boom! The moment his voice fell, a cold glow flashed as his palm landed. Under this palm, several great emperors hurriedly fled in all directions. What a joke! Ning Tian's previous punch had directly destroyed Elder Liu, who was a 9 tribulations martial monarch. The power of this palm was even more shocking. If they did not run now, were they waiting to be destroyed? Damn it! How could this be? The righteous heaven martial monarch was unwilling to admit defeat, but he was the fastest to escape. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Wasn't it supposed to be easy to destroy the Tianmo cult with 11 great emperors? But why? Why did it become like this? It's over, it's over. Heaven's reincarnation, who will be spared? It's our righteous alliance's turn now. Seeing this scene, everyone from the righteous alliance began to despair. What did it mean to turn the tide? The appearance of the Tianmo cult's ancestral master was to turn the tide. He had single-handedly changed the predestined situation. Ha ha ha. Kill them. Kill all these lackeys of the righteous alliance. Lin Hao shouted loudly. With the ancestral master taking the lead, the Tianmo cult's disciples' morale soared. It directly formed a crushing momentum. Tens of thousands of people, who had already increased their strength, chased after the hundreds of thousands of Righteous Alliance's troop. Boom! At this very moment, a cold palm landed on the 4-8 tribulations great emperors. Their bodies were being frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their eyes were full of despair. No matter how they exerted their full strength and used their spirit chi and emperor's aura, they couldn't do anything to the frost at all. Boom! Soon, their bodies turned into ice. They were frozen in despair and fell heavily to the ground. Then, a gigantic figure appeared, and a foot stomped down heavily, instantly crushing them to pieces. In just a few minutes, a 9 tribulations great emperor, 4-8 tribulations great emperors, and 4-7 tribulations great emperors had all fallen, and they didn't even have the ability to fight back. Humph! Trying to escape. Ning Tian snorted coldly, and his eyes shot out. He looked at the righteous sky great emperor and void god great emperor who directly opened the void door in the distance, trying to escape through the void. He immediately raised his hand. I, Ning Tian, ordered you to die at midnight. Who dares to keep you alive until midnight? An indifferent voice sounded. In his heart, a voice sounded again. System, use 10,000 levels of faith power. Using 10,000 levels of faith power. Use successful. The system's voice sounded. In the blink of an eye, his aura was like a rainbow. A ray of golden light appeared in Ning Tian's hand, and then it appeared at the same time as demonic chi. He blasted a palm into the unknown void. In the void, 2 figures in a sorry state entered it. They were righteous sky great emperor and void god great emperor. Damn it! Why is this Tianmo cult's patriarch so strong? He's too strong. He's simply inhuman. Righteous sky great emperor's eyes were filled with horror, and his expression was extremely ugly. From this moment on, his righteous Tao alliance was completely finished. On the side, void god great emperor was also ugly, but he remained silent. Boom! At this moment, a ray of golden light appeared behind them. What? The 2 men's expressions changed drastically. Even if they escaped into the void, the Tianmo cult's patriarch's attack followed closely. Damn it! We can't escape. For the first time, righteous Sky Great Emperor felt the fear of death. Void God Great Emperor's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Then, he blasted a palm on righteous Sky Great Emperor's body and smiled viciously. Brother righteous Sky, I'm sorry, but I'll avenge you. So, I'll use your life in exchange for mine. Chapter 320. The empty god's palm landed heavily on the defenseless Emperor Jolting. In an instant, his body flew out and charged directly into the golden light that filled the sky. You're better off dead than me. Jolting, I'll take my leave. The empty god emperor used this power and instantly shot out tens of thousands of meters away. F***ck. Empty god, you'll die a horrible death. Emperor Jolting did not expect that his partner would launch a sneak attack at this moment. His face turned pale and he cursed. However, no matter how much he cursed, what greeted him was the world-destroying golden light of faith power of 10,000th rank. Boom. In an instant, that dazzling golden light shrouded his body. Waves of screams could be heard. His body was being disintegrated by the golden light. Even if he used his great emperor's power, it was useless. In the sky, Ning Tian frowned slightly. At this moment, a golden light flashed across his eyes as he looked not far away. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds. Very soon, he saw it. Hundreds of thousands of meters away. A figure in a sorry state shot out at an extremely fast speed. It was the empty god emperor, running. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. Next, the scarlet heaven sword appeared in his hand once more. He raised the red cloud sword and the flames in the sky followed him. Everyone's gaze fell on him. What is the ancestral master doing? The experts of the four sects and the people of the Tianmo cult were puzzled. Very soon, when Ning Tian swung his sword, their pupils instantly constricted while the bewilderment in their hearts vanished without a trace. F***ck. So powerful. Hiss. They saw Ning Tian swinging his sword. Under the effect of the demonic aura and spiritual energy, the sword light expanded from hundreds of meters to tens of thousands of meters and then to hundreds of thousands of meters. Such a long sword. Everyone widened their eyes. Sky-piercing sword. Ning Tian shouted and then slashed down with his sword. Boom. Boom. The sword light that was hundreds of thousands of meters long appeared in the sky of the western continent and seemed to illuminate the entire heavenly spirit realm. At this moment, the forces of the heavenly spirit domain who were still watching suddenly saw this sword, and their expressions changed drastically. Tianmo cult. Golden giant. That's a legendary ancestor. The Tianmo cult actually defeated the Righteous Alliance's attack. Hiss. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone in the heavenly spirit realm saw the flaming sword light that rose hundreds of thousands of meters from the west continent. Their expressions were grave, and gasps could be heard everywhere. No one had expected this. The Tianmo cult was actually able to counterattack in a desperate situation. Could it be? Was the legendary patriarch of the Tianmo cult really so heaven-defying? In the void god emperors ran for their lives. At this moment, he didn't have any thoughts of revenge in his heart. He only thought that if he could escape from the heavenly spirit domain, he would never set foot in this place again. A legendary ancestor was not an existence that he could provoke. Boom. At this moment, a wisp of crimson appeared in his eyes. That was a ball of flame, that was a sword light that took his life. Damn it. I've run hundreds of thousands of meters, still won't let me go. The void god emperor's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth. He couldn't die here. Absolutely not. Blood essence, wood essence, soul, return to life. The void god emperor spat out blood as he cast the spell, but he couldn't care less. If he wanted to live, he had to sacrifice something. Soul, soul destruction, protect me. Finally, after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, the void god emperor finished casting. It was also at this moment. The flaming sword light that was hundreds of thousands of meters long finally landed on his body. At this moment, a strange energy surged out and shrouded the void god emperor's body. Soon, his entire body disappeared in the flaming sword light. A cold sword light illuminated the sky. Countless people in the heavenly spirit domain raised their heads and looked at the place where the sword light landed. Countless people's hearts were filled with deep shock. This sword light. It was enough to become a god. Boom. Boom boom. Where the sword light landed, the earth was torn apart, the mountains were shattered, and the rivers were cut off. War. A blooded man appeared in the void. It was the void god emperor. At this moment, he was in a sorry state. His body was covered with hideous wounds, and the lower half of his body had disappeared. A legendary ancestral master is too strong. The heavenly spirit domain is too terrifying. Even if I die in the future, I won't take half a step into the heavenly spirit domain. The moment his voice fell, he rushed into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the void god emperor didn't have any thoughts of revenge in his heart. This was because he knew in his heart. Revenge. Was he worthy? Was the void god heaven palace worthy? West continent. Ning Tian, who had transformed into 100,000 feet tall, looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. It's a pity that he escaped. He shook his head. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The ancestral master was already very strong. Of the 11 emperors, 10 had died, and 1 had escaped with serious injuries. This battle record was enough to look down on all the geniuses. There's still you guys. Ning Tian looked to the side and his gaze fell on the 13 god emperors of the Righteous Alliance. Since the fiend god apocalypse still had some time, it was time to settle everything. Ancestral master, no, don't kill us. We're willing to submit. We're willing to be the dogs of the Tianmo cult. The 13 god emperors trembled and hurriedly begged for mercy. Be the dogs of the Tianmo cult. Do you think you're worthy? Ning Tian sneered, raised his hand, and slammed it down. The heaven-like hand landed on the 13 god emperors. Amidst their miserable screams, they were instantly wiped out like ants. Boom. After killing the 13 god emperors, Ning Tian's gaze fell on the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Righteous Alliance. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he struck out several palms. These hundreds of thousands of soldiers were like ants in his eyes. Their lives were worthless. At this moment, he began to kill. He did not have the slightest bit of mercy. Because if it were not for him today, the ones who would be reduced to such a state would definitely be the disciples of the Tianmo cult. In this world, the weak did not deserve any sympathy. Our miserable screams could be heard incessantly. It was like hell on earth. Soon, the smell of blood filled the air. The entire forest was littered with corpses. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. The impact of the fresh blood on them made their hearts even more resolute. After a long time, hundreds of thousands of Righteous Alliance disciples had turned into corpses. Kill, kill. The black light in Ning Tian's left eye had turned scarlet. After killing until his eyes turned red, he vaguely showed signs of completely turning into a demon. Not good. Seeing this scene, Luo Wuqing's expression changed, and a trace of seriousness appeared in her beautiful eyes. If this continued, Ning Tian's mind might be completely devoured by the demonic qi. Chapter 321. Husband. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. Without hesitation, she charged towards Ning Tian, who was in the sky. Don't come over. However, before she could get close, in the sky, Ning Tian's thunderous voice sounded. He said in a deep voice, "It's okay, I can control it. Wife, you don't have to worry about me. Take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Righteous Tao Alliance. I even have an idea." What idea? Hearing this, everyone below couldn't help but be stunned. Take advantage of this opportunity to unify the entire heavenly spirit region. Ning Tian's voice sounded in the sky. Everyone was shocked. Unify the entire heavenly spirit region. Was the ancestral founder's appetite that big? However, if it was the ancestral founder, he might really be able to do it. Their biggest enemy, the Righteous Tao Alliance, had been eliminated. No one could stop the Tianmo cult. Ancestral founder, what if someone doesn't obey? At this time, the Supreme Elder frowned slightly and asked. Everyone was silent. In the sky, only one word sounded. Kill. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder's eyes flashed and he nodded fiercely. The masters of Heavenly Treasure Holy Land, High Heaven Sect, Transcendent Divine Kingdom, and Great Compassion Palace were stunned. When they heard the ancestral founder say that he wanted to unify the Heavenly Spirit region, they didn't feel any dissatisfaction in their hearts. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Because the ancestral founder wasn't a villain like the Righteous Tao Alliance. At least, he was open and aboveboard. Submitting to the Righteous Tao Alliance and submitting to the Tianmo cult were two different things. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it clearly. How did the Tianmo cult become stronger and stronger under the leadership of the ancestral founder? At this moment, in the sky, Ning Tian's eyes seemed to flash with a golden light. He muttered softly, "Of the 9 domains of the mysterious sky continent, the world thinks that the Heavenly Spirit region is the weakest. Then, I will prove it in a few years. I will let the other 8 domains and those unknown lands see how the Heavenly Spirit region will change under the rule of the Tianmo cult." Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. The Heavenly Spirit region was above the 9 regions. They didn't even dare to think about it because the profound sky continent was simply too huge. Could the words spoken by the patriarch really be realized? You've shocked everyone. Reward, Divine Fiend Conversion Card. Able to absorb part of the Divine Fiend's power and convert it into your own strength. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ning Tian ignored him because he was currently enduring the destruction of the Fiend God power within his body. To use the power of the Heavenly God physique at the Heavenly Venerable Realm, and to add a massive amount of demonic energy into his body, this was simply madness. "Husband, are you really alright?" It was different from the shock of the crowd. Luo Wuqing didn't think about those things. Her eyes were fixed on Ning Tian. Although her face was cold, there was a trace of warmth and worry in her eyes. "I should be fine." Ning Tian shook his head and forced a smile at Luo Wuqing. "Don't worry, my wife. Your husband won't die so easily. Go and do what I told you to do first." "Okay." Hearing this, Luo Wuqing also knew that she couldn't win against him, so she nodded. Just as she was about to move, she turned around again and her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. "Wait for me to come back." After saying that, she turned around. Stepping into the void, she appeared in the sky. Everyone in the Tianmo cult's eyes fell on her. "All disciples and elders, follow me and kill." "Yes, yes, Empress." In an instant, all the disciples and elders' eyes flashed, and their fighting spirit soared into the sky. The counterattack from the Tianmo cult was about to begin. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses of the 4 sects looked at each other with strange expressions. Everything had reversed too quickly. It was like a dream. They all looked at Ning Tian, who had transformed into 100,000 feet tall. All of this was brought about by their patriarch, a miracle. The sky of the Heavenly Spirit realm has finally changed. The order that has been maintained for millions of years has finally been broken. The patriarch of the divine nation sighed, but his eyes flashed. "I'm glad that we made the right choice." The leaders of the other 3 factions heaved a heavy sigh of relief. When the Tianmo cult's banner was raised, the remnants of the alliance of righteous sects collapsed. The sounds of killing rang out continuously. The Tianmo cult perfectly carried out Ning Tian's words. Those who refused to obey were killed. It was also at this moment that everyone in the Heavenly Spirit realm understood the Tianmo cult's ambition. They wanted to unify the entire Heavenly Spirit realm. For millions of years, the Heavenly Spirit realm had its own order, and no one force had ever dominated. But now, this order that had been maintained for millions of years was finally going to be broken today. No one in the entire Heavenly Spirit realm was a match for the Empress. Moreover, some of the sect leaders weren't stupid. Resistance was tantamount to death. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, the entire process was simple and smooth. Several hours later, the great battle had come to an end. When Luo Wuqing appeared in the sky, everyone's eyes shone brightly. From this day onward, the Tianmo cult had become the undisputed number 1 force and would rule the entire Heavenly Spirit realm. "Where's my husband?" When Luo Wuqing arrived, she didn't see Ning Tian, who had transformed into a 10,000-meter tall figure. She couldn't help but frown and look at some of the elders of the Tianmo cult. Empress, the patriarch is over there. The elders bowed slightly and pointed not far away. Ning Tian had long since withdrawn from the god-demon apocalypse state. He was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground, his brows tightly knitted and his expression somewhat grave. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing walked over. Before she could get close, Ning Tian sensed a familiar aura. She opened her eyes and looked over. Wife, it's over. Yes. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly, then frowned and looked at Ning Tian. My husband, what's on your body? It's nothing. Don't worry. Ning Tian forced a smile at her, then slowly got up. The Tianmo cult has done such a big thing. Shouldn't we celebrate? As he spoke, he pushed her to the side. Then, he followed behind him, strolling leisurely. However, no one noticed. When he got up, he gently pulled up his clothes a little. Vaguely, there seemed to be a wisp of black energy flowing out of his clothes. The two of them walked to the front of the crowd. Patriarch, Empress. Seeing the two of them walk over, everyone hurriedly bowed, their eyes filled with deep reverence. The two people in front of them. They were the strongest forces in the entire heavenly spirit realm. The strongest people. Thank you for your hard work. A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Wuqing's eyes. She looked at the experts of the four sects and said in a cold voice, I believe that your choice won't disappoint you. Thank you, Empress. Hearing this, the leaders of the four sects were all overjoyed. With this sentence, they were in the bag. Chapter 322. Hee hee. The leaders of the four sects couldn't stop grinning. They knew that with the Empress's words, their status in the celestial spirit realm would skyrocket and become unstoppable. After a long discussion, Ancestral Master, Empress, since the crisis has been resolved, I'm sure you'll have to clean up the battlefield. We won't disturb you any further. Tianbao Sacred Lord smiled and bowed to Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing. Then, no one planned to stay and expressed their intention to leave. After all, the Tianmo cult would take care of the rest. My godly nation is also preparing to leave. The leader of the godly nation laughed. Just as he was about to leave, he realized that his godly horse had disappeared. Hey, Moon Spirit, did you see my godly horse? He frowned and asked aloud. Godly horse? Princess Moon Spirit froze for a moment, then shook her head. Father, I didn't see your godly horse. The leader of the godly nation frowned. It was just a battle. How did his godly horse disappear? Just as he was puzzled. Suddenly, he saw Zhu Yuanbo humming a little tune as he walked toward them. He was holding a rope in his hand, and tied to the rope was the corpse of a godly horse. Leader of the godly nation, this isn't your godly horse, right? Tianbao Sacred Lord coughed dryly and asked tentatively. The leader of the godly nation's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Everyone, Holy Son, my goodness, what are you doing? Tianbao Sacred Lord hurriedly ran over and asked Zhu Yuanbo. What's wrong? Zhu Yuanbo froze for a moment. Then, he saw that everyone was looking at him. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Why are you all looking at me? Shouldn't there be a celebratory feast after the battle? You and I are both gluttons. I'm just sacrificing my godly horse to improve the food. The leader of the godly nation, everyone, what a glutton. Forget it, forget it. The Divine Kingdom Lord waved his hand. Forget it. Just take it as me sacrificing myself for food. Hee hee. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled and proudly said, Monarch, I've learned the art of stewing horses from that girl Yuqin. I guarantee that you'll eat 3 big bowls with tears in your eyes. Impossible. This is my beloved horse. How could I do that? The Divine Nation Master waved his hand, his face resolute. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but laugh. With the battle over, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Since you said that there will be a celebratory feast after the battle, then let's hold it. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's red lips parted slightly as she slowly spoke. She looked at Ning Tian and asked, Husband, what do you think? Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly, but his face was unusually dark. He squeezed out a strained smile. Then, according to everyone's, suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, a huge amount of devil chi burst out from his body. Boom. At the same time, the pagoda demon pagoda appeared. It suppressed most of the devil chi in time, then turned into a ray of cold light and entered Ning Tian's glabella. It was also at this moment Ning Tian's vision turned black, and he completely lost consciousness. His body was filled with dense black chi. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. When they finally came to their senses, all of their expressions changed drastically. Patriarch, are you okay? Everyone was a little confused by this sudden scene. At this moment, a gentle Emperor's aura enveloped Ning Tian. Luo Wuqing gently hugged him in her arms. Looking at the black chi circulating around Ning Tian's body, her brows furrowed, and her expression was unusually solemn. Empress, what's wrong with the patriarch? All the experts looked over, their eyes full of doubts. It's fine. Perhaps he consumed too much energy. Luo Wuqing shook her head. The most important thing now was to calm everyone down. She looked at them coldly. Don't make this matter public. With that, she picked up Ning Tian and flew to the back of the mountain. Seeing this scene, the experts' expressions were solemn, but more of them were worried. Tianmo cult's back mountain. In the sacred pond. Luo Wuqing gently placed Ning Tian on the stone surface in the pond. Looking at the traces of devil chi circulating around his body, she couldn't help but frown. What is this? She murmured. This devil chi couldn't be removed even if she used her Emperor's aura. And, the pagoda demon pagoda seemed to have drilled into my husband's body just now. What does this mean? Puzzled voices sounded in the sacred pond. After a while, Ning Tian showed no signs of waking up. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. After checking that there was no problem with Ning Tian's vitality, she was a little worried and set up an array to protect him. After doing all this, she left quietly. Perhaps, entering the pagoda demon pagoda brought Ning Tian an opportunity. At this moment, in a pitch-black space, Ning Tian's consciousness appeared here. This is, looking around, a trace of doubt flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. Soon, the system's voice sounded and answered his doubts. Host, this is the first level of the pagoda demon pagoda. You will use the divine demon conversion card here to remove the devil chi in your body. The devil chi will also transform into your strength. The first level of the pagoda demon pagoda? Hearing the system's words, Ning Tian frowned. When can I get out of here? He didn't forget that he was still in a coma. If it was too long, his silly wife would definitely be worried. The system said, when the divine demon conversion card is almost used up. I see. Ning Tian nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, he would make good use of the divine demon conversion card to improve his strength. System, use the divine demon conversion card. He took a deep breath and said in his heart. Using the divine demon conversion card. Use successful. Instantly. However, after the system's voice faded, several black shadows appeared on the first level of the pagoda demon pagoda. They charged toward Ning Tian ferociously. Host, this is the transformation of the divine demon aura. Destroy them and use the divine demon conversion card to improve yourself. Okay. Ning Tian nodded. Then, the Scarlet Heaven sword appeared in his hand, and he looked coldly at the several black demonic shadows that were rushing towards him. His sword Dao instantly slashed, and in the blink of an eye, several demonic shadows died under the sword, turning into dense spiritual energy that rushed into Ning Tian's body. Is this the conversion that the system mentioned? There was a flash of light in Ning Tian's eyes. At the same time, when the demonic shadows dissipated, new ones appeared. These shadows were endless. Ning Tian didn't mind and killed all of them with his sword. On the first level of the pagoda demon pagoda, figures flashed and moved. The flaming sword gleam flickered continuously in the dark space. In the outside world, Ning Tian was unconscious and in a deep sleep. However, who would have thought that his consciousness would start an endless massacre in the pagoda demon pagoda? Chapter 323. In the past few days, Luo Wuqing would go to the back of the mountain from time to time, but unfortunately, Ningtian showed no signs of waking up in the sacred pool. But the only thing that could let her breathe a sigh of relief was, at the very least, Ningtian's vital signs were still very stable. This meant that other than being unconscious, at least his life was not in danger. Sigh, in the sacred pool. Luo Wuqing sighed faintly and turned to leave. After the Tianmo cult unified the entire Tianling domain, there were still many things waiting for her to deal with. It had been several months since Ningtian fell into a coma. Under the leadership of Luo Wuqing, the Tianling domain had also completely ushered in the rule of the Tianmo cult. Everything was in order. This also allowed everyone in the Tianling domain to see the Empress's means. She killed decisively. She was definitely not a vase. However, in the past few months, the patriarch who had truly turned the balance of victory had not appeared for a long time. This also made many people a little suspicious. Could it be that the patriarch had also been seriously injured in this battle? For a time, many people guessed. West Continent. It had been several months since the end of the last battle. The heavenly demon cult that had been destroyed beyond recognition gradually regained its former grandeur. Many buildings had been repaired. Anyway, for the Tianmo cult, they were already very familiar with the destruction of buildings, so they were also very skilled in cultivation. Don't ask why they were so skilled. Everything was because of that man. In the demonic palace. Supreme Elder, is the Tianling domain still peaceful recently? In the main hall, Luo Wuqing sat on the high seat. She looked indifferently at the group of elders below and asked in a cold voice. Empress, except for some small forces who have been spreading rumors that the patriarch has died, everything is fine. The Supreme Elder said respectfully. The patriarch had died. Hearing this, the corners of the elders' mouths couldn't help but twitch. The person who spread this rumor was really a genius. Oh, there is such a person. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of killing intent. She waved her hand disinterestedly and said indifferently, "In that case, Grand Elder, take some people and destroy them." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Supreme Elder nodded. At this time, Luo Wuqing stood up slightly. It seemed that he was going to go out. "You guys stay in the Tianmo cult. I'm going to meet a different friend." With that, she gracefully turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing without a trace. Different friends? Hearing this, the group of elders in the hall was stunned. They couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. In the mountains. This place was surrounded by mountains and looked like a paradise on earth. In the sky, a beautiful figure stepped out from the void. Her beautiful eyes landed on the mountains below, and she seemed to be counting. 3, 2, 1. The moment his voice fell. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. Immediately after, in the mountains below, birds flew up in fright, and countless demonic beasts fled in all directions. A holy light barrier appeared from the mountains and fell in front of Luo Wuqing. Several months have passed. The Jade Lake sacred ground should have come out from the mountain closing array, she murmured. The holy light barrier in front of her slowly dissipated. Then, countless buildings in the Jade Lake appeared in front of her. After several months of recuperation, the Jade Lake sacred ground had gradually recovered. Whoosh! At this time, a beautiful figure flew out from the Jade Lake sacred ground, accompanied by a burst of bell-like laughter. "Ha ha! I didn't expect that you would come to the Jade Lake after the mountain closing array was lifted." The Queen Mother of the West appeared beside Luo Wuqing. As she spoke, she looked at Luo Wuqing. "Don't look. He's not here," Luo Wuqing said with a calm face. "Oh," the Queen Mother of the West replied with an "oh," obviously a little disappointed. "Something happened to my husband. Come with me to the Tianmo cult. By the way, tell me what happened in the past few months." Luo Wuqing looked at the Queen Mother of the West and said slowly, "Huh? What? Something happened to the ancestral master?" Hearing this, the disappointment on the Queen Mother of the West's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a touch of panic and worry. "What happened to the ancestral master? Come with me." Luo Wuqing didn't explain too much. He just shook his head and said to the Queen Mother of the West, "Okay." The Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly, her eyes full of anxiety. The two women set off. In the Jade Lake. Seeing their sacred lord leave as soon as the mountain closing array was lifted, the elders of the Jade Lake were speechless. Perhaps this was a woman in love. Along the way, Luo Wuqing slowly told the Queen Mother of the West about what happened in the past 6 months. When she heard that Ning Tian had defeated dozens of martial monarchs by himself, the Queen Mother of the West was filled with pride. As expected of her man. However, she also felt a little guilty. If she had activated the Great Mountain Sealing Formation, she would not have been able to escape. If she had activated the Mountain Closing Array, she could have shared the burden with the Ancestral Master. Soon. The two women returned to the Tianmo cult and went to the Holy Lake at the back of the mountain. Ancestral Master, this is, seeing the unconscious Ning Tian lying in the middle of the Holy Lake, the Queen Mother of the West frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes full of worry. I don't know. Luo Wuqing shook his head slightly. Although my husband has been unconscious for several months, his life isn't in danger. Moreover, speaking of this, a light flashed in her beautiful eyes. There's some black aura in his body. Black aura? The Queen Mother of the West was stunned. She frowned slightly and asked tentatively, could it be demonic aura? Perhaps. Come over and take a look. Luo Wuqing beckoned to the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West walked over doubtfully. The two women walked into the Holy Lake. The lake water quickly soaked their clothes, but they didn't care. Look. As Luo Wuqing spoke, she slowly unbuttoned Ning Tian's clothes. Then, she pointed at his naked upper body and said, these black lines seem to be imprinted on my husband's body. As expected, the Queen Mother of the West touched it. It was true. Does this black aura have any impression of the Ancestral Master? She asked. Luo Wuqing shook his head slightly. I don't know. I've been observing for the past few months. At first, the black aura covered my husband's body. However, as the time passed, these black lines became fewer and fewer. Therefore, I think that my husband's coma might be to remove these black lines. Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West fell into silence. She looked at Ning Tian silently. In this case, if the Ancestral Master wanted to wake up, wouldn't he have to remove all the black lines before he could wake up? Suddenly, her pretty face changed, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Because, just now, she seemed to have seen the Ancestral Master's finger move. Chapter 324. I think I saw the Ancestral Master move. The Queen Mother of the West's red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Really? Hearing this, Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment and immediately looked at Ning Tian. However, Ning Tian, who was lying on the stone surface, still had his eyes closed, and a faint black aura was flowing out of his body. He didn't look like he was about to wake up. He clearly didn't move. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. It's true. He really moved. The Queen Mother of the West pouted and looked up and down at Ning Tian, who was lying on the stone surface, with a hint of seduction in her eyes. She did see Ning Tian's fingers move slightly just now. This meant that Ning Tian's life was not in danger. Moreover, now that the Ancestral Master was unconscious, didn't that mean she could do whatever she wanted? Soon, the Queen Mother of the West looked at Luo Wuqing playfully and said, I know why the Ancestral Master hasn't woken up yet. Luo Wuqing raised her eyebrows and looked at the Queen Mother of the West in confusion. Why? The Ancestral Master is trying to disperse the demonic aura, but I'm afraid it's difficult for him to disperse the demonic aura quickly with his strength alone, so he needs our help. The Queen Mother of the West said seriously. But I've tried all kinds of methods, and there's no effect at all. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. No. That's because your methods are useless. I know a method that can help the Ancestral Master wake up completely with the help of the two of us. The Queen Mother of the West said seriously. What method? The Queen Mother of the West looked proud. As she spoke, she leaned over and whispered something in Luo Wuqing's ear. This is the special treatment method of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It's called the color massage method. There was a long silence in the sacred lake. After a while, swoosh, Luo Wuqing's beautiful face instantly flushed red. Are we really going to do this? She hesitated as she looked at the Queen Mother of the West. She still did not believe that the color massage method would work. Of course it's true. For the sake of the patriarch, I can't lie to you, right? The Queen Mother of the West spouted nonsense without blushing or skipping a beat. Luo Wuqing was silent. The back of his ears was red. After a while, she gritted her teeth and clenched her small fists. She seemed to have mustered up her courage and walked towards Ning Tian. Under the playful gaze of the Queen Mother of the West, she slowly took off the clothes on her body, and her jade-like delicate body came into view. Then, she blushed and gently helped Ning Tian take off his clothes. The color massage technique mentioned by the Queen Mother of the West was too strange. Haha tilde patriarch, I've done well as a concubine, haven't I? The Queen Mother of the West chuckled mischievously. Then, looking at Luo Wuqing, who was serving Ning Tian, she couldn't help but walk over. At this moment, on the first floor of the Buddha Demon Tower, Ning Tian didn't know that such a good thing would happen after he fainted. At this moment, he was still in the midst of endless killing. Host, there are still 100 left. At this moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind. A blue screen of light appeared before Ning Tian's eyes at this moment. Divine Demon Transformation, 9999001000000. Unknowingly, in these few months, he had already killed nearly 1 million demonic shadows on the first floor of the Buddha Demon Tower. Roar! In the pitch-black floor, several demonic shadows rushed over. Only 100 left. Simple. A cold glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. His figure turned into a ghost and disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards the demonic shadows. In these few months, his strength was also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that in these few months, his Dao attainment was also increasing at a terrifying speed. Boom! In the pitch-black floor, sword light flashed, accompanied by palm sounds and fist winds, instantly destroying many black shadows. A few minutes later, wind thunder divine palm. Boom! In the pitch-black darkness, thousands of wind and thunder flashed and turned into a cold palm, blasting towards the last demonic shadow. The demonic shadow screamed continuously. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into thin air. Phew! The wind and thunder on Ning Tian's body dissipated. Looking at the divine demon transformation in front of him, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. System, how long have I been in this Buddha Demon Tower? As long as 3 months. 3 months. Ning Tian frowned slightly. Looks like I have to get out as soon as possible. He made up his mind. He began the last step of the divine demon transformation, which was also the most important step. System, start releasing the divine demon transformation energy. Ning Tian said. Then, he sat cross-legged. At the same time, he activated the Heavenly God Record and Sansheng Palace. The huge spiritual sea in his body began to boil, receiving the divine demon transformation energy for the host. Host, please be prepared. 3, 2, 1. The moment the system's voice fell, boom, there was a loud explosion. The divine demon transformation energy was forcefully injected into Ning Tian's body. His eyes lit up instantly. Power. This was the power that he desired. Phew. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and began to absorb the divine demon transformation energy in his heart. Absorbing. 10 times absorption is no longer effective. Currently, 100 times absorption is activated. As the system's voice fell, the divine demon transformation energy was absorbed even faster. Half an hour later, boom! A huge aura spread out from Ning Tian's body. Host has broken through to the 9-star heavenly venerable realm. Swordsmanship has broken through to the acme of perfection. Fist has broken through to the acme of perfection. Wind and thunder has broken through to the acme of perfection. Palm has broken through to the acme of perfection. Void has broken through to the acme of perfection. The system's voice kept ringing in his mind. At this moment, Ning Tian's aura was soaring all the way. After absorbing the million divine demon transformation energy, he broke through several realms in one go. He was only one step away from entering the God-the-Arch realm. Moreover, in the past few months of training, several of his Tao attainments had also broken through and comprehended. Some of them had even reached their limits. He was only one realm away from reaching the legendary Tao immortal realm. Phew, this feels so good. Ning Tian slowly opened his eyes. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. The 3 months of training had not been in vain. The increase in his strength was the best proof. System, host, a friendly reminder. There is still a little divine demon totem in your body. It is recommended that you remove it. Ning Tian nodded slightly. At this moment, after the million divine demon transformation energy dissipated, the first level of the Buddha Demon Pagoda was completely lit up. However, Ning Tian was not in a hurry to check. Instead, he stretched his back. After being unconscious for several months, it's time to wake up. He mumbled. His consciousness disappeared into the first level. Chapter 325. Ning Tian froze for a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, the Queen Mother of the West carefully touched it with her finger. Hiss, Ning Tian couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Husband, what's wrong? Seeing this scene, the two women immediately became a little nervous. Ning Tian pretended to be in pain and forced a smile as he said to the two women, "It's nothing. It just hurts a little. I need both of your little hands to rub it." "TSK, we don't believe you." Hearing Ning Tian's words, the two women heaved a sigh of relief and rolled their eyes at Ning Tian. This guy just loves to act. Hee. Ning Tian chuckled, but a trace of cold sweat quietly flowed down his forehead. A trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Just now, he did feel a piercing pain from the divine demon totem. It was as if the pain was piercing his heart. However, in order to not worry the two women too much, he could only force himself to endure it. It seemed that this thing had to be removed as soon as possible. It was a hidden danger after all. "Husband, you have to get rid of this thing on you as soon as possible." "Yes, wait for me to return to the Jade Pool and look through the ancient books." At this moment, the two women were still lying on his chest, studying the divine demon totem seriously. Ning Tian couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth in his heart. With such women, what more could he ask for? The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile, and he reached out his large hand to pull the two women into his arms. "Ah, what are you doing?" The two women exclaimed in surprise. "Nothing, we're just doing something that we love to do." Ning Tian laughed loudly. They finally realized sleeping together. A few days later. West Continent, Tianmo Cult, Heavenly Demon Palace. The powerhouses of the 4 sects all arrived as scheduled, and one by one, they landed in the main hall. "Empress, why did you call us here?" The King of Scandinavia looked at Luo Wuqing in confusion and asked. Luo Wuqing's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the people in the main hall. Wasn't the celebration banquet delayed because of some matters? "Today, I want to make it up to everyone." "Oh, make up for the victory feast." Hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. The Divine Nation's sovereign immediately reacted and looked at Luo Wuqing tentatively. Could it be that the ancestral master is awake? Whoosh! All at once. Inside the main hall, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism as they looked over. Was the patriarch finally awake? Hee, if the ancestor wakes up, I will definitely get a pair of the ancestor's original underwear. My intuition is getting more and more certain. What if this underwear is worth more than an immortal item in the future? No, it's already worth more than an immortal item now. Hehe, patriarch is awake. I can finally meet the legendary man. Within the main hall, everyone was discussing animatedly. Then, the void emerged. 2 figures stepped out of the void. They were Ning Tian and the Queen Mother of the West. "It's the patriarch. The patriarch is not dead. Bah, even if you die, the patriarch will not die. Ha ha ha. The legend of our Tianmo cult is indeed immortal." Seeing Ning Tian, everyone in the main hall was excited. Well, don't be so excited, everyone. It's not a life and death parting. Ning Tian smiled faintly and waved his hand, motioning everyone in the main hall to be quiet. Hee, it's the patriarch. In the main hall, hearing Ning Tian's words, everyone nodded. Well, let's start the celebration banquet. Okay. Soon. The atmosphere in the main hall became lively all of a sudden. Until, make way, all of you. Zhu Yuanbo pushed a huge dining table over. On the table, there were all kinds of dishes. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help being stunned. Tianbao Saint, what are you doing? The Supreme Elder frowned slightly and looked at Zhu Yuanbo in confusion. Seeing this, the Tianbao Saint and the others' faces darkened. They hummed a tune and turned their heads to the side. Sorry. From this moment on, the Tianbao Saint temporarily lost their saint. Hee. Zhu Yuanbao chuckled. Under the gaze of everyone in the hall, he mysteriously pointed at the dishes on the table and introduced them in a serious manner. This is the Righteous Alliance's horse, this is the Carefree Sacred Grounds horse, this is the Limitless Pavilion's horse, this is the Divine Nation's horse. In short, it's a horse banquet. How is it? Do you like it? Zhu Yuanbo looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, do you want to eat a horse? Hearing this, everyone in the main hall was stunned. Their expressions were a little strange. Although they knew that this horse was not the same horse. However, for some reason, the words that came out of Zhu Yuanbao's mouth sounded different. Tianbao Saint, why does your saint have a problem with horses? The kingdom of God's Lord was confused. What saint? Since when did the Tianbao Saint have a saint? The Tianbao Saint pretended to be confused. The kingdom of God's Lord. At this moment, Zhu Yuanbo walked over with a smile. He was holding a plate of horse meat in his hands. My lord, try this barbecued mud horse that I made for you. I'm not eating it. The kingdom of God's Lord was determined. I'm the king of a kingdom. How can I eat my own beloved horse? Even if I starve to death and jump off the supreme cliff, I'll definitely not eat a bite. Wait a minute. It smells good. Hey, damn fatty, come over here and let me smell you. If you don't give me a pair of chopsticks, how can I smell it? Cough, cough. I have to say, it smells good. I'll reluctantly take a small bite. Hey, my lord, eat slowly. Leave some for others. That whip is for myself. Zhu Yuanbo's voice could be heard in the main hall. Seeing this scene, the three people in the main hall twitched their mouths. Husband, has he always been like this? Yes, this guy has a special liking for horses since the last time. Ning Tian nodded slightly. He smiled and looked at the two women. Okay, wives, let's eat too. Yes. Although the two women didn't need to eat at all and just needed to absorb spirit qi, why not accompany their husband to eat? The celebration banquet ended. Ning Tian and the other two had already arrived outside the main hall and were enjoying the night breeze. Ancestral Master, I've been looking through all sorts of information and ancient books these past few days. I've finally found a solution. The Queen Mother of the West tidied her hair that had been blown away by the wind. Then, she blinked and looked at Ning Tian. Oh! What solution? Hearing this, Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing's eyes lit up. The Divine God's Water. Soak your body in the Divine God's Water. Not only can it remove the abnormality in your body, but it can also improve your physique. The Queen Mother said slowly. In the past few days, she also learned about Ning Tian's physique. In fact, she had some guesses in the past, but these days, she confirmed them. The Divine God's Water. The two of them were stunned. Then, they looked at her and asked, where is the Divine God's Water? Chapter 326. The Divine Sacred Pond. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes lit up as she looked at them and said slowly. It is said that the heavenly deity's sacred pond was formed by a drop of blood essence from a great success heavenly deity body. It still retains its divinity. This kind of sacred pond can not only dispel the godly demon totem on your body, but it can also improve your heavenly deity body. The Divine Sacred Pond. A drop of essence blood of a divine body at the profound realm? Hearing this, Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. If it could dispel the celestial demon totem on him and improve his divine body, it was killing two birds with one stone. However, Where is the divine sacred pond? Ning Tian looked at the Queen Mother of the West seriously and asked. The ethereal immortal mountain. The Queen Mother of the West said slowly. The ethereal immortal mountain? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. She frowned slightly. She felt that she had heard this name somewhere before. It sounded familiar. Could it be the ethereal sect of the firmament territory? At this moment, Luo Wuqing said softly while Ning Tian was thinking. The ethereal sect. Hearing this, Ning Tian's expression became strange. He immediately thought of the girl who stole the horse. Husband, you know the ethereal sect? Seeing Ning Tian's reaction, the two girls looked at him. Yes, I've heard of it. Ning Tian nodded and said slowly, if it's the ethereal sect of the firmament territory, I can ask the supreme divine nation to recommend it. Oh, why? The two girls were puzzled. It's like this. Then, Ning Tian slowly explained the relationship between the supreme divine nation and the ethereal sect. Oh, Yuqin girl and Princess Moon Spirit? I didn't expect your trip to the Divine Land City to be so exciting. Wearing an ugly mask, you can still attract two beauties. After hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West said with a sly smile. Oh, don't you know? Hearing the Queen Mother's words, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. This woman definitely knew about his deeds in Divine Land City, but why did she have to emphasize it again? Wait a minute. Something was wrong. It was a trap. Suddenly, there seemed to be a jade hand caressing his waist. His body instantly stiffened as he mechanically turned around, only to see Luo Wuqing with an icy expression on her beautiful face. Ning Tian quickly coughed dryly. Ahem, wife, calm down. I'm not interested in Yuqin. That girl can't afford a mh. Luo Wuqing snorted coldly. Only then did the jade-like hand on Ning Tian's waist quietly fall. However, before Ning Tian could heave a sigh of relief, the Queen Mother of the West added, what about Princess Moon Spirit? Ning Tian glared at the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West giggled and licked her red lips provocatively. It seemed that this concubine needed to be trained more. Well, it seemed that he had to teach her some principles tonight. Forget it. At this moment, Luo Wuqing didn't seem to want to talk about this anymore. She glanced at Ning Tian and said coldly, I don't think he dares to. Otherwise, cut him. Cut him. That's not good, right? The Queen Mother of the West raised her eyebrows. Cut him. Then what about her happiness? Luo Wuqing narrowed her eyes and looked over coldly. Hehe, then we'll do as you say. The Queen Mother of the West hurriedly smiled and then spread her hands at Ning Tian helplessly. Founder, since the big wife has spoken, the concubine can't help you. Okay, when the banquet is almost done, call the people from the Supreme Kingdom over. Luo Wuqing said. Okay. The two of them nodded. Half an hour later. In the Heavenly Demon Palace. Zhu Yuanbo and the King of the Supreme Kingdom had their arms around each other's shoulders. Both of their faces were a little red. It seemed that they had drunk a lot of spirit wine. After all, this was the Tianmo cult's banquet. Even if they could use spirit energy to sober up, they couldn't be bothered to do so. Brother Zhu, just you wait. The Supreme Kingdom still has more than 100,000 horses. I'll catch them all for you. When the time comes, I want to eat braised horsewhip, barbecued horse trotters, boiled horse head. The Supreme Kingdom doesn't have many things, but horses do. I have enough. The King of the Supreme Kingdom put his arm around Zhu Yuanbo's neck and muttered while patting his chest. Hee. Thank you, King. When the time comes, I guarantee that you'll eat 3 big bowls with tears in your eyes. I'm familiar with this. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled. Seeing this scene, the corners of everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Damn it. After eating a horse, these two actually called each other brothers. Sacred Lord, why didn't I realize that the saint had this ability before? Daoist Tianbao scratched his head and said to Sacred Lord Tianbao. Sacred Lord Tianbao's mouth twitched. At the side, Moon Spirit couldn't help but hold her forehead helplessly when she saw this scene. She had a feeling that if she didn't stop the two of them, all the horses in the Supreme Kingdom would be killed. At this moment, The Supreme Elder walked over and looked at the King of the Supreme Kingdom and Moon Spirit. He said slowly, "King, Princess Moon Spirit, the Ancestral Master and the others have invited you to Fengyu House." Ancestral Master? Hearing this, the King of the Supreme Kingdom, who was still drunk, suddenly sobered up. "Supreme Elder, why is the Ancestral Master looking for us?" He looked at the Supreme Elder carefully. "This, I don't know. It shouldn't be anything bad. Don't worry, King." The Supreme Elder shook his head. "Okay." The King of the Supreme Kingdom nodded and walked toward Fengyu House with Moon Spirit. Fengyu House. This was originally the place where the Tianmo cult entertained their guests, but because there were too many people at the celebration banquet, they chose to hold it in the Sky Demon Palace. When the King of the Supreme Kingdom and Moon Spirit arrived at Fengyu House, they saw that Ning Tian and the others were already sitting there, waiting for their arrival. "Greetings, Ancestral Master, Empress, and Jade Lake Sacred Master." The King of the Supreme Kingdom bowed. The three people in front of him could be said to be the three strongest people in the Sky Spirit realm, so he had to be careful with his words. Moon Spirit, who was beside him, bowed as well. "King, there's no need to be so formal." Ning Tian smiled and gestured to the two of them. "We're in the same boat now. Please take a seat." Hearing this, the King of the Supreme Kingdom's nervous heart relaxed a little. Over the past few months, with the help of the Tianmo cult, their Supreme Kingdom had defeated the enemy in the north. Moreover, the entire Sky Spirit realm was now under the rule of the Tianmo cult. They were indeed in the same boat. The two of them sat down, and the Fengyu House's maidservants quickly poured 2 cups of hot tea for them. Not bad. As expected of the Tianmo cult's good tea. The King of the Supreme Kingdom picked up the hot tea and took a sip. Then, he put down the teacup and looked at Ning Tian and the others. His expression gradually became serious. "May I know why the Ancestral Master has called me and my daughter here?" Chapter 327. In Storm House. The King of the Kingdom of God and Moon Spirit looked at Ning Tian carefully, waiting for his answer. Ning Tian was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he took a sip of tea to moisten his throat before saying, "I would like to make a trip to Ethereal Sect." Ethereal Sect. Hearing that, the King of the Kingdom of God and Moon Spirit were stunned. Moon Spirit frowned slightly and looked at Ning Tian, asking, "Ancestral Master, you want to go to Ethereal Sect?" "Yes." Ning Tian nodded slightly. The King of the Kingdom of God and Moon Spirit were puzzled and wanted to ask. However, before they could say anything, Ning Tian shook his head and said indifferently, "Naturally, I have something to do with going to Ethereal Sect. You don't have to ask." Hearing that, the two of them opened their mouths but did not say anything. The two of them fell into silence. After a while, the King of the Kingdom of God nodded and looked at Moon Spirit, saying, "Moon Spirit, bring the Ancestral Master to Ethereal Sect then." "Yes." "However, Ancestral Master." Halfway through her sentence, Moon Spirit looked at Ning Tian. "We have to wait for at least 2 weeks before we can leave for Ethereal Sect." "Oh." Ning Tian raised his brows. "Why?" Ethereal Sect is located in Ethereal Immortal Mountain. Ethereal Immortal Mountain is dangerous and there are many monsters. Therefore, Ethereal Sect will seal the mountain for a long time to prevent their disciples from coming out. It's basically once every half a year. And it's exactly 2 weeks away from the next opening. "I see." Hearing that, Ning Tian understood something. No wonder that girl Yuqin had so much fun the last time. It turned out that they could only come out once every half a year. However, Moon Spirit, are you a disciple of Ethereal Sect or? Ning Tian looked at Moon Spirit and asked curiously. "It's like this. I'm actually a nominal disciple of Ethereal Sect, so I'm not affected by this condition," Moon Spirit explained with a smile. "Yes. All right then, I'll come to your Divine Land City 2 days later." Ning Tian nodded slightly and said. In the entire Heavenly Spirit realm, it seemed that only the Supreme Divine Nation possessed a teleportation pillar that could teleport between realms. Although the Tianmo cult had already started preparations, they had not yet completed them. "Yes. Then, Ancestral Master, we'll take our leave first." Since the decision had been made, The Divine Nation Master and Moon Spirit didn't stay for long. After bowing to Ning Tian, the two of them left. After the two sovereigns left, inside Stormhouse, only Ning Tian and the other two were left. The three of them drank tea leisurely. After a while, Luo Wuqing put down the teacup, glanced at Ning Tian, and said, "Husband, do you need us to accompany you on this trip?" The moment he said that, Shi Wangmu looked at Ning Tian. "No need." Ning Tian drank the tea in the teacup in one gulp, shook his head and chuckled. "If you two go with me, Ethereal Sect will probably close the mountain gate and never come out again." Hearing this, Luo Wuqing and Shi Wangmu felt that it made sense. "All right." Ning Tian got up, put his hands on the two women's shoulders, and chuckled. "My two wives, don't worry. Just wait for my return in the heavenly spirit realm." "Yes." The two women nodded. Suddenly, they felt a hand with bad intentions coming towards them. Swish. Their faces turned red. What do you want?" Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, while Shi Wangmu looked expectant. "Nothing. I just thought that since it's cold, it's time to take you to exercise." Ning Tian smiled. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Ning Tian exercised from time to time and went to the headquarters of the Righteous Alliance to see if there was anything good. His days were quite comfortable. It was a pity. Although old thief Sheng Tian of the Righteous Alliance left behind many things, none of them were of great use. Tianmo Cult. In a secret room, Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him, a small black tower surrounded by black gas appeared in front of him. "Hey!" He let out a puzzled sound. "Strange, why do I feel that the Buddha Demon Tower seems to be stronger than before?" Ning Tian muttered to himself. His puzzled gaze landed on the small black tower in front of him. At this moment, although the Buddha Demon Tower's appearance had not changed at all, its aura was much stronger overall. The system, that's because the host released the demonic aura on the first floor of the Buddha Demon Tower. Every time a floor is released, the power of the Buddha Demon Tower used to suppress the things inside will return a little. "I see." Ning Tian nodded. The bloodthirsty demon king on the first floor of the Buddha Demon Tower had been used as nourishment during the celestial demon symbiosis. And he had killed millions of demonic shadows on the first floor of the Buddha Demon Tower. The first floor was naturally equivalent to complete liberation. Moreover, host, have you noticed that your control over the Buddha Demon Tower has increased by a lot? You can even freely control the first floor. The system's voice sounded again. "Oh." Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he circulated his spirit energy and tested it. As expected. Now, he could freely control the first floor of the Buddha Demon Tower. Could it be, at this moment? Ning Tian seemed to have thought of something, and a glint flashed in his eyes. "If I can absorb all the devils suppressed in the Buddha Devil Tower, I'll be able to completely control the Buddha Devil Tower." Buzz buzz. The entire Buddha Demon Pagoda shook. The tower spirit seemed to have responded. "Looks like there's a lot to do in the future." His guess was confirmed. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. Then, his body moved and entered the first floor of the Buddha Demon Tower. He had yet to properly observe the first level of the Buddha's Devil Pagoda that had been completely lit up. Buddha Demon Tower. The first floor of the tower. A golden light flickered, and a human figure stepped out of it. "I didn't expect that after gaining control of the first level of the Buddha Demon Pagoda, my entire body would be able to enter the first level." Ning Tian was a little surprised to see her entire body entering the first level. In the past, he had entered through his consciousness. After gaining control of the first floor of the tower, he could even enter his body. Perhaps this would have a different effect. After stretching his body, Ning Tian got up and walked toward the first floor of the Buddha Demon Tower. There seemed to be many carvings on the walls of the first floor. He looked over and found that there were strange and ancient totems on the walls. They seemed to be used to record something. Could it be, someone was once trapped in the first floor of the Buddha Demon Tower and left behind some information for the future generations? Ning Tian frowned slightly and could not help but guess. These strange totems engraved on the walls of the tower seemed to be telling something when they were connected together. Suddenly, Ning Tian was stunned. His pupils shrank as he looked at a spot in the tower. Hiss! What is this? Chapter 328. On the stone wall, a huge and strange totem immediately attracted Ning Tian's attention. He looked over with a solemn gaze. Instantly, he sucked in a breath of cold air. In the totem, a huge black shadow seemed to be attacking a city, and the city, which was millions of meters tall, was simply incomparably small in front of the black shadow. However, there was one place that was very eye-catching. In the sky above the city, when thousands of people were retreating, a figure stood in the air, facing the huge black shadow directly. It was like a god descending to the world, insufferably arrogant. It was very conspicuous in the totem mural. This is. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian frowned, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. For some reason, although it was only a scene in the totem mural, it left a very deep impression on him. What was that black shadow that was bigger than a 1,000,000 meters tall city? And that eye-catching person? Wait. Suddenly, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He frowned slightly, and vaguely noticed a familiar aura. He walked over. He stretched out his hand, and the divine power in his hand was slightly activated. He gently touched the stone wall, the eye-catching person. The next moment. Buzz. Boom. In an instant. An imposing aura emerged from the totem, and the figure on the totem was suddenly enveloped by a burst of golden light, but it quickly dissipated again. Although the process was only a few seconds. However, Ning Tian already had a rough answer in his heart. The eye-catching person on the totem should also be someone with the divine physique. Could this be the dark turmoil? At this moment. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall what Moon Spirit and Yuqin had said in the Supreme Secret Realm. That huge black shadow was indeed very similar to an irreversible darkness. At this moment, the golden light that had dissipated suddenly lit up again. It turned into a ball of light, floating in front of Ning Tian. This is. He frowned slightly, and gently touched the golden ball of light with his finger. Detected that the host has touched the method of comprehension. Do you wish to comprehend? It was also at this moment, the system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind. Comprehension method? Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, with a trace of curiosity, he nodded silently. Yes. Comprehending. A few minutes later, Ning Tian's body was protected by a golden light, and a wisp of heavenly god energy flowed out from his body. 3 forms of divine punishment successful. As the system's voice faded away, Ning Tian finally understood what the so-called 3 forms of divine punishment were. If this move was used in conjunction with the heavenly god physique's heavenly god power, the effect would be outstanding and the power would be astonishing. If it was used by an ordinary person, it would be nothing special. It seems that the so-called 3 forms of divine punishment should be the martial art created by the divine body. Ning Tian murmured. However, he had a new question. In that case, then who was the one who carved the totem murals on the first floor of the Buddha Demon Pagoda? On the first floor. What else was there? He was filled with doubts. He studied it for a while but still couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Ning Tian rubbed his head and could only give up. There were many secrets hidden in the Buddha Demon Pagoda. It was just that he needed to slowly uncover them. After studying it for a while, he could only leave the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Phew, in the secret chamber. Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief and put away the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Looking at the time, it's time to leave. He murmured, stepped into the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Demon Palace. Ning Tian stepped out of the void. There were only 2 women in the palace. Luo Wuqing was handling official business, while the Queen Mother of the West was swinging her fair and tender feet in boredom. Hey, Ancestral Master, you're getting more and more familiar with the Tao of Void. Seeing Ning Tian walk over, the Queen Mother of the West immediately looked at him, her beautiful eyes full of smiles. It's all right. Ning Tian said casually, then glanced at the Queen Mother of the West. Speaking of which, you're still the Jade Lake Sacred Leader, right? Is it really okay if you don't return to the Jade Lake? Hee. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled. I'm just going back occasionally. Moreover, with Yaroshi and the Grand Elder around, the Jade Lake sacred ground doesn't need me at all unless something big happens. Hearing this, Ning Tian spread his hands. The Grand Elder and Saintess Yaroshi were both experienced people. Husband, looking at the time, you're leaving today, right? Luo Wuqing looked up from his work and glanced at Ning Tian. Ning Tian nodded slightly. I'm already preparing to leave for the Divine Land City. After saying that, he smiled at the two women and said jokingly, why? Are you reluctant to part with your husband? Do you want a goodbye kiss? In your dreams? The two women rolled their eyes at Ning Tian. Ha ha ha. However, Ning Tian laughed loudly, took the initiative to walk over, and gave the two women a big kiss on their cheeks. Then, he turned around. Okay, I'm ready to leave. The two women nodded slightly. Luo Wuqing put down the official business in his hand, looked at Ning Tian, and whispered, husband, come back early. Ning Tian smiled and nodded. He first took the Flame Lion King, stepped into the void, and disappeared again. The Divine Land. The Divine Land City. At this time, the entire Divine Land City was bustling. Many people gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. Have you heard? The Ancestral Master is coming to our Divine Land City. I've heard about it long ago. I still remember that the Ancestral Master caused quite a stir in the Divine Land City last time. Hehe, to be honest, I was in the large group that chased after the Ancestral Master last time. Ha ha ha. It's really strange. The Ancestral Master is such a peerless expert. Why did he cause such a stir last time? This is the gap between you and the experts. Remember, never guess the thoughts of the experts. You can't figure it out. The entire Divine Land City was in an uproar. At the same time, on the Divine Land's Grand Square, the hundreds of meters tall transmission pillar stood erect. Around the transmission pillar, hundreds of officials of the Divine Land stood on the side. Boom. At this time, above the sky, several carriages came and descended from the sky. Greetings, Monarch. Seeing this scene, the officials all saluted one after another. The Monarch of the Divine Land and Moon Spirit came down from the carriage. He looked at the officials and smiled, no need to be so polite. Have you all prepared the spiritual origin stones? This time, it's a transmission between spirit realms. It needs a lot. Monarch, it's all ready. That's good. The Monarch of the Divine Land breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the lack of spiritual origin stones in his treasury, he wouldn't have ordered the officials to prepare them. As for why there weren't enough spiritual origin stones in the treasury, it was because the Ancestral Master had cheated a lot of them last time. Chapter 329. Moon Spirit, have you made contact with the ethereal sect? The Divine Nation's Lord asked Moon Spirit, who was beside him, now that the spirit stones were ready. Don't worry, Father. I've already made contact with Master Nanyang. Moon Spirit nodded. She was an in-name disciple of the ethereal sect, so she naturally had a way to contact them. That's good. The Divine Nation's Lord nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the transmission pillar erected in the Divine Nation's Grand Square and laughed. Haha, then we only need to wait for the Ancestral Master to arrive in person. Hearing this, the officials in the Divine Nation's Grand Square and the people of Divine Nation City were somewhat expectant. Now that the absolute ruler of Divine Spirit Realm, the famous Ancestral Master of the Tianmo cult, how would he arrive in person? Everyone was waiting. Dozens of minutes later, a crack seemed to appear in the sky. It was a ripple in the void. The Ancestral Master is coming. Seeing this, the Divine Nation's Lord immediately sat up straight, his expression somewhat solemn. The officials in the square and the people in the city all became serious. They all widened their eyes and looked at the sky. Boom. In the sky, there was a rumble, like thunder. They even vaguely saw a little bit of lightning flashing. Everyone was excited. As expected of the Ancestral Master, his arrival was accompanied by sparks and lightning. His momentum was full of special effect. At this moment, before the crowd saw his figure, they heard his voice. Shobai lion, why are you roaring? Isn't it just a little bit of wind and lightning? You're scared to this extent. You're a lion king. Ao. Ao. They seemed to hear the lion's quibbling voice. Still talking back. Isn't it just a little bit of wind and lightning? Woo woo, wind and lightning. Everyone in Divine Land City was stunned when they heard the voice that came from the sky. What was the ancestral master saying? Also at this moment. In the sky. The void rippled, and a huge creature leaped out. It's the Shobai Lion King. What a ferocious demon beast. Seeing the huge creature with golden fur, the people in Divine Nation City immediately recognized it. After all, the Sealing Flame Lion King had always been by Ning Tian's side, and its name had also spread out. Although he didn't know how strong the Sealing Flame Lion King was, it was still a demonic beast that followed the patriarch. It couldn't be that weak. Very soon, everyone in Divine Land City saw Ning Tian sitting on the back of the fire-sealing Lion King. Patriarch. Patriarch is still as handsome as ever. Everyone was extremely excited. Wait. Suddenly, they were stunned, and their expressions became strange. The patriarch seemed to have something else in his hands. Ancestral Master, what is that in your hand? Seeing the item in Ning Tian's hand, the monarch of Scandinavia couldn't sit still. He quickly leaped into the air and asked Ning Tian. Oh, that. Ning Tian glanced at the thing in his hand and said casually, it's nothing. It's just an energy ball that I casually condensed from wind and thunder in the void. Gulp. Hearing that, everyone in Divine Prefecture City gulped with difficulty. Just a little? Was it really not 100 million points? Looking at the wind and thunder energy ball that was thousands of meters in size in Ning Tian's hand, everyone in Divine Land City questioned with their souls. If this thing fell in their Divine Land City, the entire Divine Land City would be annihilated in the wind and thunder. Monarch, is the transmission pillar ready? Ning Tian jumped off the back of the fire-sealing Lion King. It must be ready, but the monarch of Scandinavia glanced at the wind and thunder energy ball in Ning Tian's hand with fear and said helplessly, but Patriarch, can you put this thing away first? If you don't play with the ball properly, Divine Land City will cry. Well, okay. Ning Tian nodded casually. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, he operated the way of wind and thunder and squeezed the wind and thunder energy ball that was thousands of meters in size into the size of a thumb. Then, he swallowed it into his body. Anyway, he still had the Thunder Calamity spiritual vein and the divine power in his body. This wind and thunder was not a problem at all. Hiss a wolf, as expected of the patriarch, swallowing wind and thunder. Seeing this scene, everyone in Divine Land City gasped. If it were an ordinary person, not to mention swallowing wind and thunder that was thousands of meters in size, they would probably be electrocuted to death as soon as they touched it. They had to admit that the patriarch was awesome. Awesome. For some reason, some people in Divine Land City had already stood up. You've shocked everyone in Divine Land City. Spatial Immortal Artifact Reward, Void Ship. Void Ship. Using the Void Ship together with the transmission pillar can increase the speed and stability of the Void Ship. Also, the Void Ship itself can perform void displacement of millions of meters. Oh! Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. He had already sensed the existence of the Void Ship in his storage ring. Void displacement of millions of meters. That sounded really good. After all, it was the same distance as a small transmission pillar. Most importantly, it didn't cost money. It didn't cost spiritual origin stones. Since you're ready, Moon Spirit, let's go. Ning Tian looked at Moon Spirit and said to her. Although the celestial demon totem on his chest didn't affect him much in the past few days, it was still like a ticking time bomb, full of instability. Okay. Moon Spirit nodded and looked at the King of the Divine Land with her beautiful eyes. Father, prepare to activate the Spirit Realm's transmission pillar. Hearing this, the King of the Divine Land nodded slightly. Looking at the officials in the Divine Land's Grand Square, he said in a deep voice, Dear officials, use the spiritual origin stones you've prepared. Yes, King. The officials all nodded. Then, they all took out the spiritual origin stones they had prepared from their storage rings. The transmission between the spirit realms required a very large amount of energy. This time, a total of 50,000 spiritual origin stones were prepared, and the king of the divine land personally controlled it, so it was enough. Soon, 50,000 spiritual origin stones were placed in front of the transmission pillar. The king of the divine land rose into the air. His expression was solemn. The moment he circulated his spiritual energy, the pupils of all the spiritual origin stones lit up. Then, they turned into streaks of energy and rushed toward the transmission pillar, in an instant. Boom! When all the spiritual origin stones turned into energy and entered the transmission pillar, the bronze surface of the transmission pillar emitted a dazzling golden light. All the ancient characters and runes on the transmission pillar lit up. The transmission pillar began to operate. Everyone, step back a little. The king of the divine land said in a deep voice. Hearing this, on the square, the officials immediately ran far away. When everyone scattered, the king of the divine land activated his imperial aura. Carrying a huge amount of energy, he slammed his palm heavily on the transmission pillar. Boom! In an instant, the transmission pillar was completely activated. A huge void gate appeared. Chapter 330. Boom! The teleportation pillar's bronze surface shone with golden light as the ancient runes lit up. A void portal stood in front of the teleportation pillar. Phew! The divine nation lord let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Ning Tian with a smile. Ancestral Master, the teleportation pillar has been activated. You can set off now. Ning Tian nodded slightly. Let's go, Ancestral Master. After saying that, Moon Spirit took a step forward and walked towards the void door. Wait. However, Ning Tian called out to her. Moon Spirit was stunned and looked at Ning Tian in confusion. However, Ning Tian did not say anything. He just took out the void ship from his storage ring and placed it in his hand. Ancestral Master, what is this? Seeing the palm-sized object in Ning Tian's hand that looked like a ship, Moon Spirit and the Divine Nation Lord could not help but look at him in confusion. This is good stuff. A mysterious smile appeared on the corners of Ning Tian's mouth, and then he walked over to the teleportation pillar under everyone's puzzled gazes. He gently tossed the spatial ship into the portal. Ancestral Master, this is... Seeing this scene, the group of people was even more confused. This thing is called the Void Ship. It can travel in the void and can change its size. At this moment, Ning Tian's voice rang out. Void ship. Everyone was stunned. What was that thing? Immediately after, everyone saw that after the Ancestral Master casually chanted 2 lines of incantation, the void ship that was thrown into the void portal changed from the original palm-sized object to a behemoth that was hundreds of meters in size. Holy *T. What is this thing? It can change its size. I love it. Why do I feel that the thing in the Ancestral Master's hand is centuries ahead of us? I've never heard of the void ship before. Nonsense. How can a mortal like you come into contact with something that the Ancestral Master has come into contact with? Seeing the transformation of the void ship, the surrounding officials widened their eyes and began to discuss. You have shocked the surrounding officials. Reward, Aura Cultivation plus 1000. Ning Tian didn't care as a small amount of spirit energy entered his spirit sea. He turned to look at the ceiling flame Lion King and Moon Spirit. Moon Spirit, Shabi, come over here. Let's board the ship and get ready to set off. Yes, Patriarch. Moon Spirit nodded and walked over gracefully. She glanced at the void ship and then at the gigantic ceiling flame Lion King behind her. She frowned slightly and asked, Patriarch, the Lion King is so huge. Can it board the void ship? Then lock Shabi in the demonic beast gourd. Ning Tian said casually. However, the ceiling flame Lion King couldn't take it anymore. Roar, roar, woo woo. It protested as it flailed its arms and legs. How troublesome. After hearing the Lion King's words, Ning Tian held his forehead helplessly. Patriarch, what did the Lion King say? Seeing this, Moon Spirit couldn't help but feel curious. After all, the only person present who could understand the Lion King's words was the Patriarch. Him. Ning Tian glanced at the ceiling flame Lion King and said in annoyance, Sharby said that he must be the void ship. He wants to be the first lion to travel in the void on a void ship. In the future, he can go to the lion clan and brag. He can pick up more lionesses. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Moon Spirit, everyone, good. What a tasteful lion. The most important thing is that this Sharby lion also told me that his dream is to be the void lion. His grandparents will definitely be happy. At this time, Ning Tian's annoyed voice sounded again. Good ambition. Everyone said this in the midst of the silence. Phut, the Lion King is really in a good mood. Patriarch, why don't you let him stay? Moon Spirit couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was like 100 flowers blooming together. The group of ministers not far away were stunned. Okay then, let's leave it at that. Ning Tian spread out his hands. The Ceiling Flame Lion King insisted and Moon Spirit also pleaded for mercy. Ning Tian simply couldn't be bothered with it. Awoo! Hearing this, the Ceiling Flame Lion King excitedly howled and raised his head at Moon Spirit, giving her a satisfied look. Woman, you pleaded for me today. When I become a peerless beast king, I won't treat you badly. Immediately, a light began to condense on its body. That huge body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a furry little lion. Her appearance resembled that of a kitten. Ah, so cute. Seeing this, Moon Spirit's eyes widened, and a glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. Women couldn't resist furry creatures. Lion King, can I hug you? Princess Moon Spirit couldn't help but ask. Roar! The Ceiling Flame Lion King was stunned at first. Then, it had a very disdainful look. A mere human wants to hug you? Wait. Suddenly, when the Ceiling Flame Lion King saw Moon Spirit's surging waves, it swallowed its saliva. Actually, hugging your master lion is fine too. Roar, roar. It nodded fiercely. Then, with a howl, its target was Moon Spirit's soft embrace. Seeing the Ceiling Flame Lion King suddenly take the initiative, Moon Spirit couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She didn't think too much about it and just wanted to hug the cute Ceiling Flame Lion King. However, just as the Ceiling Flame Lion King leaped up, a foot suddenly kicked it, sending it flying. Following that, Ning Tian's snappy voice sounded. Don't you have feet? Crawl yourself. Roar! The Ceiling Flame Lion King roared in grievance and crawled up from the ground. Master doesn't understand love. I, the Master Lion, am clearly so tolerant. Ancestor? Doubt flashed across Moon Spirit's eyes. Don't hug it. You just have to remember that this is a perverted lion. Ning Tian said indifferently. Pervert. Lion. Moon Spirit was startled. Looking at the volleyball in front of her, she suddenly reacted. Her beautiful face immediately flushed red. So, it was like this. All right, all of you, follow me. Ning Tian said indifferently. He took the lead and stepped into the void door, entering the huge void ship. Seeing this, Moon Spirit and the Ceiling Flame Lion King hurriedly followed. Monarch, let's go. After the two people and one beast steadied themselves in the void ship, Ning Tian's voice came from the void door. Yes, Ancestor's note, whoosh. Before the monarch of the Kingdom of God could finish his words, the huge void ship in front of them exploded with a burst of void power and disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fast. Seeing this scene, the surrounding officials widened their eyes in shock. This speed was at least 10 times faster than using the transmission pillar, as expected of the ancestor. He even has such a heaven-defying weapon. The monarch of the Kingdom of God shook his head. At this time, the void door also slowly closed. Chapter 331. In the Void. A ship that was 100 meters in size was moving forward in the boundless void. Its speed was like a flash of light. It was astonishingly fast. On the void ship, Moon Spirit was curiously looking at the interior of the void ship. Ancestral Master, I didn't expect this void ship to have all kinds of equipment. Moon Spirit's beautiful eyes were shining. Although she was the princess of a supreme kingdom and had seen all kinds of scenes, she had never seen such a magical void ship. After all, it's a tool-type immortal tool. It has to be impressive. Ning Tian smiled and sensed for a while before saying, "There seems to be a spiritual energy hot spring bath on this void ship." Spiritual energy hot spring bath. Is that the pool formed by spiritual energy? Washing in it can increase one's spiritual energy cultivation? Hearing this, Moon Spirit's eyes widened. Spiritual energy hot spring. This was a very rare natural product in the Tianxian continent. She didn't expect the ancestral master's void ship to have such a rare item. Ning Tian smiled and nodded, "If you want to go, then go." This spiritual energy hot spring didn't improve him much, so he wasn't too interested. The only thing he was interested in was bringing his 2 wives to take a bath together. "Thank you, ancestral master." Moon Spirit smiled, and just as she was about to set off, she suddenly saw the sealed Flame Lion King lying on the deck of the void ship with a look of despair. "Ancestral master, is the Lion King okay?" Moon Spirit couldn't help but ask. "It's fine." Ning Tian glanced at the sealing Flame Lion King and said in annoyance, "This guy is seasick. His mouth is full of power, but his body can't take it." Roar. On the side, hearing this, even if the sealing Flame Lion King was listless, it still had to roar twice to refute. However, the entire void warship trembled again. Its expression changed and it immediately climbed up from the deck. Leaning to the side, it spat out some colorful unknown objects. Hey, if the lion wants to spit it out, spit it out. Don't spit it in. Damn. You secretly ate the leak spiritual medicine. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian had a look of disdain. Poochie. Moon Spirit couldn't help but smile. The ancestral master really didn't seem to have any airs. At least, he didn't usually. The void ship continued to travel through the void. If they did not have a spatial ship, they would need 2 months at the very least if they used the most basic teleportation pillars. However, Ning Tian and the others did not need that long at all if they had a spatial ship. It would only take a week to reach the firmament territory. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During these few days, the group of people was quite comfortable. This was one of the benefits of the void ship. Others could only fly by themselves through the teleportation pillars, so there was basically no room for them to rest. However, they were different. With the void ship, not only could they rest, but they could also do whatever they wanted. On the deck of the ship, the sealing Flame Lion King, on the other hand, had already gotten used to the dizziness. It stood at the top and howled a few times. Ning Tian understood what it was trying to say. It seemed to be saying, "Master Lion, I'm going to be the king of thieves of the void." Phew. Ning Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. His strength was now stuck at the half-step Emperor God realm. The divine demon totem on his chest seemed to be preventing him from advancing further. "Ancestral Master, how long will it take for us to reach the firmament territory?" At this moment, a voice rang in his ears and a fragrance wafted over. Moon Spirit seemed to have just come out of the spiritual Qi hot spring. Her whole body exuded a kind of fragrance, which looked very delicious. However, Ning Tian was not moved by this scene. His eyes were still clear as he looked at her with a smile and said, "Soon. I guess we'll arrive at the firmament territory in a few days." "Only a few days?" Moon Spirit was slightly surprised to hear this. It should have taken 2 months, but with the help of the void ship, the time was shortened by so much. "Moon Spirit, how's your cultivation?" At this moment, Ning Tian asked again. "Ancestral Master, I'm not talented. With the help of the spiritual Qi hot spring, I've only improved a little. I've only reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm." Moon Spirit said helplessly. "That's already very good." Ning Tian said softly. Moon Spirit shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. She knew that this was not enough. She had to work hard to catch up with the ancestral master. Just as Moon Spirit was about to say something, the sealing Flame Lion King's anxious roar suddenly came from the deck of the ship. Roar. The two of them frowned and hurriedly got up and walked toward the deck of the ship. What did the sealing Flame Lion King discover? "Shabi, what did you see?" The two of them walked out of the deck. Ning Tian looked at the sealing Flame Lion King and asked with a frown. Roar. The sealing Flame Lion King roared twice. Divine lightning. Ning Qian frowned when she heard the Lion King's words. Then, she looked ahead of them. He saw purple lightning in front of him. In the void, it was like a raging dragon. This is the void divine lightning. Generally speaking, it rarely appears in the void passage of the teleportation pillar. Moon Spirit also looked over. When she saw the purple lightning, she frowned slightly. The void divine lightning was one of the few major disasters in the void. It's okay. Ning Qian shook his head and looked at the void divine lightning with a slight smile. It just so happened that his way of wind and thunder was not strong enough. If he used the wind and thunder to activate the 3 styles of divine punishment, the power would not be enough. Now, the powerful void divine lightning was delivered to his door. It's just the void divine lightning. Just take it. He smiled confidently and stepped onto the deck of the ship. He stepped into the void and rushed toward the void divine lightning that looked like a lightning dragon. Ancestral Master, be careful, Moon Spirit hurriedly said when she saw this. However, before she could finish, she saw Ning Qian step into the void. His figure was not affected at all. Instead, his speed became faster and faster. Phew, she heaved a sigh of relief. I almost forgot that the Ancestral Master is a great emperor. After all, the Ancestral Master looked about the same age as her. Who would have thought that the Ancestral Master would be a great emperor at the same age as her? In the void. When the void god lightnings saw that the puny human dared to charge at them, they all exploded with powerful lightning energy. They thought that this was to scare Ning Qian. However, they did not know that the stronger they were, the more excited Ning Qian was. Way of Void, activate. Ning Qian shouted in his heart. His body instantly moved like a ghost and appeared in front of the void divine lightning in a few flashes. Then, he directly used the way of wind and thunder. A powerful suction force exploded from his palm and pointed at the void divine lightning. Chapter 332. In the void. The void divine thunderbolts that were thousands of meters in size exploded with a dazzling purple light. An aura that seemed to be able to annihilate the void was emitted from its body. Humph! A cold snort was heard. Ning Qian stepped into the void. The divine god's power condensed on his body and flashed with lightning. He was like a divine god descending to the mortal world. He was domineering and unparalleled. The enormous divine god's power actually suppressed the void divine thunderbolts. The void divine thunderbolts did not dare to resist at all. It was like a subject meeting a monarch. So powerful, as expected of the Ancestral Master. He can actually suppress one of the major disasters in the void. On the void ship. Seeing this scene, Moon Spirit's red lips parted slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with deep respect. At this moment, her admiration for Ning Qian had reached its peak. With the support of the Wind and Thunder Doctrine and the Divine God's power, the Void Divine Thunderbolts could not be resisted at all. Ning Qian's eyes turned cold immediately. He suddenly opened his hand. The Divine God's power instantly turned into a huge palm and grabbed at the Void Divine Thunderbolts. With the support of the Divine God's power, Ning Qian easily kneaded the Void Divine Thunderbolts into a ball of lightning and swallowed them at will. Host has swallowed the Void Divine Thunderbolt. Current Void Divine Thunderbolt's energy can be used at 100%. When Ning Qian swallowed the Void Divine Thunderbolts, the system's voice also sounded. And so, the powerful energy required for the 3 styles of divine punishment was now available. The Void Divine Thunderbolts in front of him shattered. Ning Qian turned around and returned to the void ship. Ancestral Master. Seeing that Ning Qian had returned, Moon Spirit and the flame-sealing Lion King immediately went up to him. The former looked at him with deep admiration. At the same time, in his mind, the system's voice sounded again. Detected the power of faith. Currently, the power of faith has been activated again. Currently, the power of faith has been upgraded to 100,000 point. After detecting Moon Spirit's power of faith, the power of faith has been activated again. Ning Qian still remembered the power of faith of 10,000. How strong would the power of faith of 100,000 be once it was released? The void lightning has been cleared. Let's continue on our way. Ning Qian said casually. The tribulation lightning on his body slowly dissipated. Yes. Moon Spirit nodded slightly. Seeing that the lightning tribulation on Ning Tian's body was slowly dissipating, the ceiling flame Lion King crawled over and roared. Roar, roar. Aren't you afraid of wind and thunder? Hearing the Lion King's roar, Ning Tian couldn't help but frown. Was the Lion King going to swallow the divine lightning like him? Was this lion stupid? Roar, however. The ceiling flame Lion King, however, roared twice with confidence. All right. Ning Tian waved his hand and a small ball of divine thunder energy appeared in his hand. Awoo. Seeing the divine lightning energy ball, the Lion King's eyes widened. Then, it couldn't wait to swallow the divine lightning energy ball into its body. Before it could taste the power of the divine lightning, the fur on its body instantly exploded and it became an explosive lion. Its body began to twitch. Ancestor, is the Lion King electrocuted? Seeing this scene, Princess Moon Spirit frowned and couldn't help but ask. It should be. Seeing the ceiling flame Lion King's appearance, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched and he helplessly held his forehead. This Shobai lion insisted on acting tough. Now, it was being punished by the heavens. Shobai, come here. I'll help you get rid of the divine lightning. Ning Tian said to the ceiling flame Lion King. However, the ceiling flame Lion King shook its head stubbornly. Then, with a roar, the Lion King's aura emerged from its body and vaguely swallowed the divine lightning. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. He raised his eyebrows and whispered, Shobai swallowed the divine lightning and mastered the Tao of divine lightning. Hearing this, Moon Spirit was stunned. Then, she fell into a speechless silence. The Tao of divine lightning was a Tao attainment that many human geniuses wanted to master but failed to do so. And now, the ancestor's beast was trying to master it. Ancestor, can the Lion King really succeed? Moon Spirit swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but ask. I'm 90% sure. Ning Tian said lightly. 90%. Moon Spirit's eyes widened. Then, both of their gazes landed on the ceiling flame Lion King. Roar! Roar! The divine lightning continued to strike the ceiling flame Lion King's body and it roared continuously. One could feel the pain it was enduring from its roar. Seeing this scene, Moon Spirit couldn't bear to see it. However, Ning Tian's expression didn't change. His calm gaze fell on the ceiling flame Lion King from beginning to end. If he wanted to become stronger, this pain was nothing. A few hours later, when the wind and lightning on the ceiling flame Lion King's body dissipated, its aura seemed to have stabilized. Roar. Then, it roared excitedly. A lot of powerful divine lightning aura flowed out from its body. Seeing this scene, Moon Spirit couldn't help but sweat. She didn't expect the ceiling flame Lion King to really master the power of divine lightning, but this was only a demonic beast. If this were to be known by some human geniuses, they would probably have the heart to die. Not bad. Ning Tian nodded in satisfaction. Roar. The ceiling flame Lion King's big mouth opened as if it was laughing. At this time, Ning Tian suddenly had an idea. He looked at the ceiling flame Lion King and suddenly said, Shabi, do you want to learn the sword Tao? Shabi, Moon Spirit. Hearing this, one man and one beast fell into silence. After a long while, roar, the Lion King was puzzled. Another few days passed. When Moon Spirit saw a lion that had turned into a few meters tall, standing up halfway and waving an ordinary spirit sword in its claws, she, who should have been shocked, was very calm. These few days, she witnessed it with her own eyes. A beast picked up a sword and stepped into the sword Tao. It clenched its fists and stepped into the fist Tao. It spread its claws and stepped into the palm Tao. Especially when she saw it touch the door almost immediately, Moon Spirit was even more doubtful of life. This was something that many people pursued their whole lives, but it was so easily stepped into by a beast. But when she thought that this beast belonged to the ancestral master, she felt a lot more relieved. Everyone who could follow the ancestral master had cheats. Moon Spirit. At this time, Ning Tian finished his cultivation and walked over from the deck. Ancestral Master. Moon Spirit bowed slightly. Ning Tian looked at Moon Spirit and said slowly, "In a few hours, we will reach the firmament territory. Thinking about it carefully, I haven't understood the firmament territory well. Why don't you take this opportunity to introduce it to me?" Chapter 333. Yes, Ancestral Master. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Moon Spirit nodded slightly. Then, she looked at Ning Tian and said seriously, "Ancestral Master, the firmament territory is so vast that the celestial spirit domain can't compare to it. Therefore, the firmament territory is not divided into the central continent, the west continent, and so on." "Oh, how is the firmament territory divided?" Ning Tian frowned and asked. "Ancestral Master, you should know the three major clans in the firmament territory." Ning Tian nodded slightly. The human clan, demon clan, and demon clan all had a stake in the firmament territory. Unlike the celestial spirit domain, there was only the human clan. The firmament territory is divided into these three clans. Moon Spirit smiled and explained, "The demon race is in the north, and that area is called the eternal demon domain. The demon race is in the west, and that area is called the endless demon abyss. The human race is in the east, and that area is called the primal chaos imperial domain." Ning Tian frowned slightly. Eternal demon realm, endless demon abyss, and chaos emperor domain? Suddenly, he thought of something. What about the south? He looked at Moon Spirit and asked. "The south of the firmament territory is an unknown sea," Moon Spirit said after thinking for a while. "Unknown sea?" "Yes." Moon Spirit nodded and said, "We're going to the misty immortal mountain in the chaos emperor domain. Although the misty immortal sect is not on the list of forces in the chaos emperor domain, it still has one or two elementary tribulation great emperors." "The list of forces in the chaos emperor domain?" Ning Tian frowned slightly. "Yes. In the primal chaos imperial domain, the top three forces are the everlasting divine dynasty, the heaven's secret pavilion, and..." Halfway through her sentence, Moon Spirit's expression became somewhat strange. She glanced at Ning Tian before continuing, "And the Void God Heavenly Palace." "Oh, I didn't expect the Void God Heavenly Palace to be in the top three." Ning Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. "However, they probably won't be able to make it to the top now. After all, they've lost more than half of their experts. Those forces are eyeing the top three positions covetously," Moon Spirit said with a gloating smile. "The Void God Heavenly Palace probably didn't expect that the firmament territory, one of the top three forces in the Chaos Imperial realm, would suffer such heavy losses in the small celestial spirit realm. And all of this was because of the young man before him. Then let's speed up. I can't wait to enter the firmament territory." Ning Tian smiled confidently. "Yes." Moon Spirit nodded. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Ning Tian. She was already looking forward to it. Would the firmament territory be turned upside down because of the young man in front of him? In the void. The huge void ship advanced at full speed. The firmament territory. Chaos region, ethereal city. Above the plaza, there was a towering transmission pillar. The transmission pillar flickered with golden light, and all the ancient symbols were lit up. Seeing this scene, in ethereal city, many cultivators passing by were attracted by this scene. This is the transmission power between spirit realms. Which spirit realm did it come from? Seeing the transmission pillar's reaction, many cultivators looked over and couldn't help but be surprised. They were all guessing. Which spirit realm did this powerful figure come from? After all, to activate the transmission pillar between spirit realms, not only did it require a large amount of spiritual origin stones, but it also required a great emperor to activate it. All of this showed that this person was definitely not ordinary. Everyone was looking forward to it. At this moment, a sloppy old man rushed out of the crowd. He looked crazy as he rushed to the transmission pillar and shouted, "The destroyer of worlds is here. The destroyer of worlds is here. The firmament territory is going to be in chaos. The destroyer of worlds. The firmament territory is going to be in chaos." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were stunned. They couldn't help but have strange expressions on their faces. "Go away. It's you again, you crazy old man." Hurry up and get out of here. You're always yelling. If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you. At this moment, several young men in white robes descended from the sky. Seeing this crazy old man, these young men in white frowned and immediately chased him away. It's the Ethereal Sect's law enforcement team in Ethereal City. I want to join the Ethereal Sect. It's said that the female disciples in the Ethereal Sect are all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Yeah. Who wouldn't want to join such a sect? Seeing these young men in white, the surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. The crazy old man shook his head and sighed. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. What a crazy old man. In Ethereal City, everyone shook their heads helplessly. Boom. At this moment, golden light flashed on the transmission pillar. All the ancient characters and runes were lit up. A void portal appeared. It's coming out. At the sight of this, everyone in the Ethereal City looked over one after another. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Something is coming out of the void portal. Everyone stared at the void portal without blinking. Boom. 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 The space trembled violently. The spirit energy in the entire Ethereal City went berserk. Some of the more cautious people had already retreated a little. This was very strange. Boom. At this moment, everyone saw a huge object rushing out of the void portal. It was extremely fast. In an instant, everyone's expression changed drastically. Damn. What is that? What are you waiting for? Run. It's too late. It's over. Boom. The void ship rushed out of the void portal at an astonishing speed. The surrounding cultivators did not even have time to react before they were sent flying. The entire ship slid a few hundred meters in Ethereal City before it stabilized. The entire Ethereal City was in a mess. Many buildings had collapsed. SSS. What's going on? Some of the cultivators who were sent flying got up from the ground and scratched their heads in confusion. Enemy attack. The Ethereal Sect's law enforcement team also got up from the ground and walked towards the void ship that was parked in the ruins of the buildings with a dark face. Soon, a voice came from the void ship. Ancestral Master, your void ship doesn't seem to have brakes. It seems to have. Forget it. At most, I'll just destroy some buildings. I'm familiar with this. Upon hearing this, the faces of many people in Ethereal City darkened as they gritted their teeth in anger. On the void ship, Moon Spirit could not help but laugh bitterly when she heard this. The Ancestral Master had finally completed his achievement and moved from the Heavenly Spirit region to the Firmament territory. Who are you? How dare you destroy Ethereal City in broad daylight? You're looking down on our Ethereal Sect. At this moment, several young men in white flew over from the sky and shouted at the void ship. Chapter 334. Who are you guys? A loud roar tore through the air. On the void ship, the two of them looked up and saw a few white-robed youths looking at them solemnly. They're from Ethereal Sect. Moon Spirit recognized them at a glance. Who are you guys? What's this huge thing? When they saw Ning Tian and Moon Spirit, the Ethereal Sect disciples were stunned as shock flashed across their eyes. Because these two people were simply too outstanding, especially that youth. They had never seen such a handsome man before. Hearing the words of the few Ethereal Sect's disciples, Yu Ling did not say anything. She directly retrieved a white token from her storage ring and slowly raised it for the few Ethereal Sect's disciples to see. This is. The disciples were stunned for a moment before looking over. Yang Feng token. The few of them cried out in alarm. What Moon Spirit was holding was the Ethereal Sect's Yang Feng token. May I know who you are, senior sister? Instantly, the Ethereal Sect disciples became cautious. To be able to possess such a symbolic token, one's status in Ethereal Sect was definitely not low. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Moon Spirit glanced at them indifferently, and a powerful aura suddenly emanated from her. Yes, why yes, senior sister. The few Ethereal Sect disciples were immediately taken aback. Humph. Moon Spirit snorted coldly and kept the token indifferently. Ancestral Master, let's go. Moon Spirit looked at Ning Tian and the coldness on her face disappeared instantly. She smiled brightly, stunning everyone instantly. Okay. Ning Tian nodded indifferently and started the void ship again, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What did that senior sister call that youth just now? A ancestral master? At this moment, the ethereal sect disciples who were in a daze finally reacted and their expressions changed. *CK We couldn't have offended the ancestral master of ethereal sect, right? I heard that many old monsters like to disguise themselves as young people. We're finished. At this moment, they actually treated Ning Tian as the ancestral master of ethereal sect. Just as everyone was in shock. In an inconspicuous corner of ethereal city, the crazy old man in tattered clothes revealed a smile. His bright eyes shone with a light that didn't belong to his age. The body of a god and a devil. It can be said to be the end of the world. Wonderful. It can be written into a story. Since he's here, I'll continue to travel the world. Misty sect, firmament territory, I've warned them. After saying that, his body gradually recovered as he stepped into the void. On the void ship. After leaving the misty city, Ning Tian set the coordinates to the misty immortal mountain. Moon Spirit, I didn't expect you to have such a cold side. Ning Tian glanced at Moon Spirit and asked. I learned this from the patriarch. Moon Spirit had a smug look on her face. Ning Tian stared blankly and said quietly, I'm a good person. Good man. Hearing this, Moon Spirit and the fire-sealing lion Wang Shi fell silent. Did the patriarch not blush when he said this? Very soon. In just a few minutes. As the void ship moved forward at full speed, the misty immortal mountain appeared before their eyes. Surrounded by mountains and immortal chi, it was like a paradise on earth. Ancestral Master, we have arrived. On the void ship, Yu Ling looked at the beautiful scenery of the misty immortal mountain. Her beautiful eyes could not help but be filled with nostalgia. Is this the misty immortal mountain? Ning Tian stood on the deck of the ship and slowed it down. In the entire misty immortal mountain, many disciples of the misty sect were flying on their swords. There were also many disciples who were walking in the forest. They stopped and looked at the gigantic figure in the sky. All of the misty sect's disciples in the misty immortal mountain could not help but have strange expressions on their faces. That's a flying ship. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the misty sect. Whoosh whoosh. Several ear-piercing sounds could be heard. Hundreds of ethereal sect disciples flew over. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as though they were facing a great enemy. They surrounded the void ship. Boom. In the depths of misty immortal mountain, a god emperor's aura descended. Who dares to barge into misty immortal mountain? Following that, a voice sounded. A white-haired old man appeared before all of the misty sect's disciples. It's Elder Tian Feng. Seeing the white-haired old man, the group of misty sect's disciples heaved a sigh of relief. With a god emperor realm elder present, that strange ship should not dare to do anything, right? Everyone's cautious gazes were fixed on the enormous void ship in the sky. Just as they were feeling extremely nervous, a pleasant voice like a silver bell sounded from the void ship. Grandpa Tian Feng, it's me. MN. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Elder Tian Feng frowned slightly. After muttering to himself for a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. This is little girl Yu Ling. Is it little girl Yu Ling? That's right. Grandpa Tian Feng. On the void ship, Yu Ling stood on the deck and waved at Elder Tian Feng. Elder Tian Feng and her master Nan Yang were the closest elders to her in the misty sect. Although she had not stayed for long, she had received a lot of care from them. It's really little girl Yu Ling. Elder Tian Feng heaved a sigh of relief. After gesturing to the group of misty sect's disciples, he moved his body slightly and flew towards the void ship. The group of misty sect's disciples were puzzled. Was there someone they knew on the enormous ship? When he saw such a huge warship, Elder Tian Feng could not help but feel a little astonished. This was the first time he had seen such a huge warship that could float in the air. Very quickly, Elder Tian Feng saw a man and a woman on the void ship. And, hey, what's that? He frowned slightly and rubbed his eyes. He saw a lion that was a few meters in size. It was practicing swordsmanship there. Little girl Yu Ling, what's that? Elder Tianfeng was a little confused. Oh, Grandpa Tianfeng, that's the Lion King practicing swordsmanship. Yu Ling was already used to it. Elder Tianfeng was silent for a moment. He took a deep breath and started to doubt his life. Very quickly, he changed the topic. Looking at Ning Tian, who was at the side, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He looked at Yu Ling and teased her with a smile. Little girl Yu Ling, is this the little boyfriend you found? No matter if it's his looks or his temperament, they are all top-notch. Little girl, you have good taste. Ah. Grandpa Tianfeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Yu Ling's pretty face quickly blushed. She glanced at Ning Tian in a somewhat flustered manner. After which, she turned to Tianfeng and said, this is ancestor. He is not my little boyfriend. Elder Tianfeng's face had a trace of an I understand smile. Old man, you better not say this in front of my two wives. Otherwise, you might die a terrible death. At this moment, Ning Tian spoke slowly and looked at Elder Tianfeng with a serious expression. Book Friends Group, 8979969662. Chapter 335. Elder Tianfeng was stunned when he heard Ning Tian's words and saw his serious expression. Two wives. I'll die a horrible death. At this moment, Moon Spirit also thought of the two women behind the founder. Her body trembled as she hurriedly said to Elder Tianfeng, all right, Grandpa Tianfeng, you don't have to say any more. The founder has a family. His two wives are as beautiful as fairies. At this point, she seemed to feel that it was not enough, so she added another sentence. Moreover, they're not to be trifled with. Hee. Elder Tianfeng chuckled and said jokingly, don't tell me that this young friend's wives can destroy my ethereal sect. Hearing this, Ning Tian and Yu Ling were both stunned. They looked at each other. They exchanged glances and looked at Elder Tianfeng. Both of them looked very serious. How did you know? Elder Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, and his expression was a little strange. He then shook his head and sighed. Young people nowadays love to joke around. I'm old and can't keep up with the times. After speaking, he looked at Moon Spirit with a smile on his face. Moon Spirit, Elder Nan Yang has already informed me that you'll be coming. I didn't expect you to bring a young friend. Nan Yang has already been informed? Moon Spirit's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. She looked at Elder Tianfeng and asked, Grandpa Tianfeng, where's Master Nan Yang? We have some important guests today. The sect leader and the other elders are receiving them, Elder Tianfeng said slowly. Important guests? Moon Spirit raised her eyebrows slightly. Elder Tianfeng only smiled and nodded, but he did not explain. All right, Moon Spirit, follow me, Elder Tianfeng said. Elder Tianfeng said. However, before he could finish his sentence, he looked at the 100-meter-long void ship and frowned. However, the ethereal sect doesn't have a good place to park it. It's fine. Ning Tian waved his hand and snapped his fingers. The void ship under his feet immediately changed. Under everyone's gaze, the void ship that was originally 100 meters in size had shrunk to the size of a palm and landed on Ning Tian's palm. How magical. It can be big or small. It's really a divine object. At the sight of this, the group of ethereal sect disciples could not help but sigh. They were even more curious about Ning Tian's identity. All right then. Lass Yuling and this young friend, please follow me, Elder Tianfeng said. Then, he turned around and flew towards the depths of the misty immortal mountain. Seeing this, Ning Tian brought Moon Spirit and the flame-sealing Lion King and followed behind at a leisurely pace. After the group of people left, within the misty immortal mountain, a group of disciples of the Misty sect looked in the direction that the few of them had left in. Elder Tianfeng seems to be very familiar with that young lady. What's your name, Yuling? Moon Spirit. Suddenly, a disciple recalled something, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Isn't that Master Nan Yang's proudest disciple? I heard that she almost broke senior sister Tian Xiong's record. Hiss. So, our ethereal sect has such a beautiful and talented senior sister. I like her so much. I want her. You have no chance. Senior Sister Moon Spirit already has someone in her heart. I can't accept this. Hold it in. In the depths of the misty immortal mountain. When they arrived, Ning Tian and the rest finally saw the majestic buildings rising from the ground and soaring into the clouds. Many of the buildings in the misty immortal sect were hidden in the clouds, and it looked extremely mysterious. I suddenly heard that there is a mountain on the sea. The mountain is in the void. As expected of the misty immortal sect. When Ning Tian saw this scene, he could not help but sigh slightly. Although the entire misty immortal sect was not as big as the Tianmo cult, it seemed like the style of hiding in the clouds was much better than the Tianmo cult. Good poem, good poem. When he heard Ning Tian's words, Elder Tianfeng was stunned for a moment. Then, he stroked his beard and laughed out loud. At the side, Ning Tian only chuckled. Good poem? Good is right. Anyway, it did not come from him. This young friend is not bad. He is gentle and refined, and his strength is not bad. The more Elder Tianfeng looked at Ning Tian, the more satisfied he was. After all, he was a god emperor. During the flight just now, Ning Tian was able to follow him at a leisurely pace. This was enough to show that Ning Tian's strength was not bad. May I know where this young friend is from? Elder Tianfeng looked at Ning Tian with a smile. Founder is the same as me. He is from the Heavenly Spirit region, Moon Spirit said. Oh, Heavenly Spirit region. Although the Heavenly Spirit region is small, it seems like there are many geniuses. Elder Tianfeng smiled and stroked his beard slowly. When he looked at Ning Tian, a glint flashed across his old eyes. May I take this young friend as my disciple? When he said this, the atmosphere became silent. Moon Spirit, Ning Tian, the two of them were stunned. Roar! At the side, the ceiling flame Lion King roared twice. Is there something wrong with this old man's head? Founder of his sect. Are you worthy? Huh? What's wrong? What's with your reaction? Seeing the two of them fall silent, Elder Tianfeng frowned slightly. His teaching ability was top-notch. However, seeing Ning Tian's extraordinary talent, he was afraid that it would be a waste. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Tianfeng. Ning Tian waved his hand slightly and said casually, however, I don't need it. Yes, Grandpa Tianfeng. Moon Spirit quickly said from the side. Sigh. Elder Tianfeng sighed. Since this young friend isn't willing, I won't force you. He shook his head slightly and sighed inwardly. Then let's go down first. Elder Nan Yang said to arrange for the two of you to stay at Yang Peak first. Elder Tianfeng said and led the two of them and the beast down. In the ethereal sect, there wasn't a single elder guarding a peak. There were disciples in each peak. This was similar to the entrance hall of the Tianmo cult. Yang Peak. Elder Tianfeng slowly descended with a group of people. Yu Ling, take this young friend and this strange lion for a walk around Yang Peak. Elder Nanyang will naturally come find you when she's done with her business. Elder Tianfeng said to the group with a smile. Well, okay. Moon Spirit nodded. At this moment, a group of people walked over. Hey, Senior Sister Moon Spirit. A group of men and women approached. They were all disciples of Yang Peak. Senior Sister Moon Spirit, I didn't expect you to come back. Senior Sister, we missed you so much. A few junior sisters rushed over while chattering. It's you guys. Yu Ling quickly recognized him, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl into a smile. The few of them quickly chatted. Ning Tian and Elder Tianfeng looked at them. After a while, the few Yang Peak disciples looked at Ning Tian and were stunned. The few junior sisters blushed and their legs trembled. Senior Sister, who is this young master? Chapter 336. The junior sisters stared at Ning Tian intently. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly, and their beautiful eyes rippled like spring water. They bit their red lips lightly. They had never seen such a handsome man before. He was so handsome that they were willing to go crazy for him. The male disciples of Yang Peak also changed their expressions slightly. Some of them didn't dare to look at Ning Tian directly. They were extremely puzzled. Damn it. Why do I, a straight man, not dare to look at this guy? Could it be that I've been turned gay? How can this be? The first thing they thought of when they looked at Ning Tian was how handsome he was. However, they soon felt their mouths go dry. They were obviously intoxicated. The divine charm physique was attractive to both men and women. It was just that amazing. Hearing the junior sister's words, Moon Spirit was stunned for a moment. She glanced at Ning Tian and said softly, I usually address him as Ancestral Master. She didn't want to say Ning Tian's name out loud. What if this group of junior brothers and sisters called Ancestral Master by his name? Wouldn't that be offending their superiors? Ancestral Master? The group of junior brothers and sisters of Misty Peak were all stunned. Then, they looked at Ning Tian one by one. Could it be that someone really called him Ancestral Master? Even Elder Tianfeng was a little confused. He frowned slightly and said slowly, usually, Ancestral Master is called by the senior elders in the sect, right? These are all people with high authority. Most of them are great emperors. Great emperors. Hearing this, the junior sisters of Yang Peak were stunned. They all looked at Ning Tian. This young man who looked as young as them. Was he really a great emperor? Otherwise, why would senior sister Moon Spirit call him Ancestral Master? Haha, he might be a great teacher with the surname Zhu. Elder Tianfeng chuckled as he explained. That's true. We can't rule out that possibility. The group of disciples also echoed in agreement. If this young man who was about the same age as them was a great emperor, they might as well kill themselves in Yang Peak. Yes, we have to believe in science. How can there be such a young great emperor? On the side, Ning Tian said indifferently as he looked at the crowd. So, are you done chatting? Patriarch, it's done. As if sensing the impatience in Ning Tian's voice, Yu Ling hurriedly nodded her head and said to the group of junior sisters, I'll take the Patriarch around Yang Peak first. We'll catch up when we have time. Yes, senior sister. The group of Yang Peak disciples nodded. Patriarch, let's go. Moon Spirit looked at Ning Tian and said with a smile. Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly, and the two men and one beast leaped into the air again. I really envy senior sister Yu Ling for knowing such a handsome young master, yes. The group of junior sisters below looked at the two people in the sky with envious expressions. Suddenly, in the sky, Ning Tian's group disappeared into thin air. They were stunned and quickly rubbed their eyes. Hey! Why did I see senior sister Yu Ling disappear? Everyone was stunned. At the side, Elder Tianfeng's eyes widened in shock. Damn! Stepping into the void with a single step. Isn't that something only great emperors can do? At this moment, Elder Tianfeng was stunned. Great emperor? F***ck, his really an great emperor. The group of junior sisters and junior brothers were so shocked that they stuttered. The group of people was petrified as they stood rooted to the ground. According to Elder Tianfeng and the group of disciples, it was very sudden. The Patriarch said that he had to believe in science and that he wasn't a great emperor as he stepped into the void and disappeared in front of their eyes. Soon, Tianling brought Ning Tian around Yang Peak. Not bad, the ethereal sect scenery is not bad. After a while, Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile as he spoke slowly. Haha. Yu Ling smiled and winked at Ning Tian. Patriarch, the ethereal sect's overall strength might not be as good as the Tianmo cult, but the scenery is still very beautiful. Moreover, the ethereal sect's sect leader is a great beauty. Oh. Ning Tian replied with an oh, but he was indifferent. She's really a great beauty. Seeing that Ning Tian didn't have any reaction, Yu Ling couldn't help but feel confused. So what? Ning Tian looked at Yu Ling and said seriously, Yu Ling, I'm a decent person. I don't care about beauties. After all, there aren't many decent patriarchs like me. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Ling seemed to have thought of something and said with a look of realization, oh, I understand. You're afraid of Sister Empress and Sister Saint. Ning Tian's words stopped abruptly. He coughed dryly. Then, he looked at Yu Ling very seriously. Nonsense, I'm super fierce, okay? I've never lost a fight with them. Really? Hearing this, Yu Ling didn't believe it. After all, They were 2-9 tribulation great emperors. Of course it's true. They can only beg for mercy in front of me. They can't beat me at all. Ning Tian snorted. On the side, Yu Ling's eyes were full of stars, and her face was full of worship. The worship turned into faith energy and was collected by the system again. Unfortunately, this girl didn't know that the fight Ning Tian was talking about was not the fight she had imagined. Okay, take me to see that girl Yu Qin. Ning Tian recalled that she still had a several-meter-long demonic beast horsewhip in her storage ring and wanted to ask Yu Qin to take care of it. Yu Qin. Yu Ling nodded and thought for a moment. Generally speaking, that girl should be at the ethereal mountain cliff now. The ethereal mountain cliff? Okay, tell me the location. On the east side. Okay, Shabi, let's go. Ning Tian said casually, pulled the woman and beast, and stepped into the void. At the ethereal mountain cliff, a small figure was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the cliff. It was Yu Qin. Looking around, the entire cliff was filled with some ancient words. At this moment, she seemed to be comprehending something. Her small face was slightly wrinkled as she pondered hard. However, it's so difficult. My little head can't hold these things at all. Master is making things difficult for me. After a while, she curled her lips and gave up. Oh! At this moment, a laugh sounded. If Master Nan Yang hears your words, I'm afraid you're little but will be beaten again. Beaten? Hearing this, Yu Qin subconsciously covered her little butt. After being stunned for a moment, she reacted. Senior sister? She turned around and saw two people and a beast. Senior sister, and Master, why are you here? Yu Qin's beautiful eyes flashed, and she quickly got up and ran over to the two. Chapter 337. Senior sister, why are you here? It was obvious that Yu Qin was quite happy about Moon Spirit's arrival. She hugged Moon Spirit and smirked. Hey, senior sister, I realized that you, are developing really fast Tilda. Stupid girl, you're talking nonsense. Also, don't take advantage of me. Moon Spirit was stunned for a moment. Feeling that little hand playing tricks on her, she blushed and immediately scolded. It's clearly there. Yu Qin giggled and let go of Moon Spirit. Then, she raised her little hands and gestured. It was clearly this big before, but now it's so big. Seeing her gesturing, Moon Spirit's face turned even redder. This girl just likes to mess around. To the side, Ning Tian and the flame-sealing Lion King were watching with great interest and admiration. Hee. The two girls played around for a while before stopping. Yu Qin looked at Ning Tian with a blushing face. After all, that girl was not in love. She whispered, Ancestral Master, you're here too. Yes. Ning Tian nodded with a smile. Looking at the cautious Yu Qin, he could not help but tease. You don't look like the fearless Yu Qin now. Yu Qin opened her mouth and then pouted. I'm still the fearless Yu Qin now. Even if Ancestral Master wants me to steal a horse, I'll still do it. Speaking of horses, I have a horsewhip here that I want you to help me take care of. Ning Tian said with a smile. Horsewhip. Meet. Yu Qin's eyes widened as she drooled. Why are you so excited? Moon Spirit did not understand. Senior sister, you don't understand. If you don't work hard, there's something wrong with your brain. Moreover, since the last time I came back, Master has not given me meat to eat. I'm starving to death. Yu Qin pouted with an aggrieved expression. Seeing this, Ning Tian and Moon Spirit looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, Yu Qin glanced at the flame-sealing Lion King, who had turned back into a tiny lion, and her eyes flashed with a glint. So cute. She hugged the Lion King in her arms and rubbed its soft fur. It's so soft and cute. The sealing flame Lion King in his arms had a look of enjoyment. Although this girl was not very impressive, she was still quite fragrant. When they saw this, Ning Tian and Yu Ling wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. They could only helplessly hold their foreheads. If Yu Qin knew that she was hugging a perverted lion, she would probably cry herself to death, right? Just as the two of them were expressing their sympathy, Yu Qin, who was hugging the Lion King, suddenly spoke up. Ancestor, this demonic beast is so cute. It must be delicious, right? Hearing this, Ning Tian and Moon Spirit were stunned. Flame-sealing Lion King was still enjoying Yuqin's embrace when it suddenly heard this. Its body trembled, and all its hair stood on end. It struggled to escape from her embrace. F***CK. Master Lion treated you as a maid, but you actually treated me as food. How dare you? Evil humans. You actually used your appearance to confuse Master Lion King. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the sealing flame Lion King was at a disadvantage, Ning Tian and Moon Spirit could not help but laugh. Everything had its counter. Yuqin seemed to be able to restrain the sealing flame Lion King. Shabi, if you don't listen in the future, I'll get Yuqin to take you to the kitchen for a walk. Ning Tian looked at the sealing flame Lion King with a smile and said meaningfully. Awoo. Hearing this, the sealing flame Lion King immediately became obedient and hid behind Moon Spirit. Senior sister, why did you bring Ancestor to the ethereal sect? At this moment, Yuqin thought of the main point and could not help but ask. There's something. You'll know later. Moon Spirit smiled and said, speaking of which, Master didn't call you to the ethereal mountain cliff to let you practice the ethereal path, right? Yes. At the mention of this, Yuqin's face turned bitter and pouted. How can the ethereal path be so easy to enter? Senior sister, even you and senior sister Tian Xiong had to spend several years to successfully comprehend it. Master wants me to comprehend it in a single year. I feel that she's definitely dreaming. Yuqin pouted with a face full of dissatisfaction. Silly girl. Moon Spirit lovingly rubbed Yuqin's head and said with a smile, Girl, your talent is much better than mine. It's just that you don't cultivate seriously. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have locked you up. Oh. Yuqin stuck out her tongue and muttered softly, cultivating is not as good as eating. Seeing this, Moon Spirit bitterly smiled and shook her head. So, what is the ethereal path? At this moment, Ning Tian asked curiously. There were 3,000 Daos. Although he did not know if there were 3,000, there were still many Daos that he did not understand. The ethereal path is. Yuqin was about to say some great principles, but before she could finish, she was stuck. Lass, who told you not to listen to your master's words? Great, now you don't even know how to explain the ethereal Dao. Moon Spirit smiled and shook her head. Heh. Asterisk. Yuqin stuck out her tongue and chuckled. Ancestral Master, the ethereal path is illusory and ethereal, and the body can split into thousands, Moon Spirit explained for Yuqin. Illusory and ethereal, and the body can split into thousands. Hearing this, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. Yes. Moon Spirit nodded with a smile. Then, with a slight movement of her body, she was actually split into two. Two Moon Spirits. Ning Tian was stunned. Ancestral Master, this is one of the two abilities of the ethereal path, the body can split into thousands. However, my comprehension is still a little weak, so I can only split into two. The two Moon Spirits said in unison. Furthermore, the two clones are both real. Oh, interesting. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. If he taught this to his wives, wouldn't they be happier? Cough. Off topic. He coughed dryly, looked at the cliff of Ethereal Mountain, and asked again, what about the first ability? I'm not too sure about the first ability. After all, it's already very difficult to comprehend the ethereal path, let alone take it a step further. The two Moon Spirits merged back into one. She shook her head and said. It was still a little difficult for her to comprehend two skills at the moment. Is that so? Interesting. Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he walked towards the cliff of Ethereal Mountain. Seeing this, the two girls were stunned. What was the Ancestral Master doing? Ning Tian touched the cliff with both hands. Before he touched it, suddenly, the entire cliff shook violently. Then, all the ancient words carved on the cliff lit up. In an instant, the golden light shone, illuminating the entire ethereal sec. Chapter 338. Boom. All of a sudden, on the ethereal mountain cliff, all the ancient runes exploded with a bright golden light, turning into streaks of energy that rushed toward Ning Tian. Boom. The cliff shook. A ray of golden light exploded. The entire ethereal sect could feel the shaking and the golden light. Senior sister, what did the ancestral master do? Sensing the commotion around her, Yuqin's expression changed. She looked in the direction of the ethereal mountain cliff and couldn't help but be shocked. This moon spirit stared blankly at this scene. The golden light shone on her body, and her eyes were bright. After being stunned for a long time, she smiled bitterly. Don't be surprised. You have to know that the person who caused this commotion is none other than the ancestral master. If he couldn't cause a commotion, then he wouldn't be the ancestral master, right? Hearing this, although Yuqin's expression was a little strange, she vaguely felt that Moon Spirit's words made sense. After all, the ancestral master had caused a huge commotion in the supreme secret realm. After spending so much time with senior brother and the others, I almost forgot that the ancestral master who is younger than them is actually a great emperor. Yuqin curled her lips and looked in the direction of Ningtian excitedly. Hee. I wonder what kind of commotion the ancestral master will cause this time. The two girls were puzzled and looked at Ningtian. At the bottom of the ethereal mountain cliff, Ningtian touched the stone wall with one hand. Instantly, all the ancient runes lit up, and a huge amount of information poured into his mind. Oh, the ethereal Tao is actually so simple, he muttered to himself. The corner of his mouth lifted into a confident smile. The ethereal Tao attainments was not as difficult as he imagined. Boom! The cliff shook, and the ancient runes flashed with golden light. Seeing this, Ningtian no longer hesitated and directly activated the Sansheng art, activating 100-fold comprehension, comprehending the ethereal Tao attainments at 100-fold speed. Host, please wait patiently. When the system's voice sounded, the ancient runes on the cliff that seemed to be embedded in the stone wall all fell off at this moment, and all of them flashed with golden light and surrounded Ningtian. F***CK. Seeing this, Yuqin shouted in a very unladylike manner. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. She suddenly thought of something. If the patriarch had absorbed all the ancient texts carved on the cliff of the ethereal mountain, how would the disciples of the ethereal sect be able to comprehend the ethereal Tao? One had to know. The one who carved the method of comprehension on the cliff of the misty mountain was not their current sect master. Even if the sect master knew the ethereal Tao attainments, it did not mean that others could comprehend it. This moon spirit was also stunned on the spot as she frowned slightly. Is Patriarch not giving any chance to the ethereal sect's disciples? He's a ruthless person. However, actually, Moon Spirit had misunderstood. These ancient runes falling off was not caused by Ningtian's initiative, but by themselves. Hey! Strange. What are these ancient characters? Although Ningtian was comprehending the ethereal Tao, he could still sense the changes in the outside world. Host, this might mean that the deeper level of the ethereal path has acknowledged you. You can also choose not to absorb it and ignore the ancient text. Once you have comprehended it, it will return to its original position. Oh, has it acknowledged me? Ningtian's lips curled up slightly as he smiled faintly and shook his head. Then I'm really flattered. However, if I were to absorb it, wouldn't the ethereal sect's disciples be unable to comprehend it? I'm not such a person who does things that are absolute. After all, I'm a good person. So, Ningtian took a deep breath and grinned. Absorb it. The system was speechless. Okay, host. Absorbing at 100 times the speed of absorption. Absorbing deeper level of attainments. Boom. Instantly, a huge suction force exploded from his body. The surrounding ancient characters turned into streams of golden energy and entered his body. He could not be blamed for this. These ancient characters were the ones who were trying to cheat him. He was just accepting them. Yes, that was right. Patriarch was a good person. While Ningtian was absorbing the ethereal Tao attainments with all his might, ethereal hall. Oh, Sect Master Wudao, do you mean that you want to borrow my ethereal sect's heavenly god's sacred pond? In the hall, a red-clothed woman looked at the person below with a smile on her face as she spoke faintly. She was dressed in red and had a beautiful face. The ethereal aura around her gave her a mysterious feeling. She was the sect master of the ethereal sect. Ni Hongi. Yes, sect master Ni. The sect master of the Five Paths sect nodded and looked at Ni Hongi with a hint of greed. Ni Hongi was recognized as one of the top 3 beauties in the Chaos Imperial region. She was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Oh, I see. It's a pity. Ni Hongi's red lips parted slightly. Before she could finish her sentence, the entire ethereal hall shook violently. Many elders in the hall almost fell to the ground. What's going on? What happened? The expressions of the ethereal sect elders changed as they were at a loss. Ni Hongi frowned and looked at Elder Tianfeng, who had just returned, and ordered, Elder Tianfeng, go outside the hall and see what's going on. Yes, sect master. Elder Tianfeng nodded slightly. He turned around. He stepped out of the hall. Instantly, the golden light was dazzling and dazzling. Within the golden light, there seemed to be a huge figure, F*CK. Elder Tianfeng's face changed drastically. He quickly turned around and ran back into the hall. Sect master. Sect master, light. I saw a ray of bright and dazzling light. Someone turned into light. Elder Tianfeng couldn't even speak clearly anymore. Ni Hongi frowned. She moved and stepped into the void. In the next instant, she appeared outside the hall. Seeing this, all the elders in the hall quickly followed her. Sect Master Wu Dao narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, is something big going to happen in the ethereal sect? The sacred pool. As he thought about it, he stepped out and followed them. Outside the hall, all the elders looked at the horizon in shock. The golden light covered the sky and covered the earth. Within the golden light, it was just as Elder Tianfeng had said. There was a gigantic human figure, comprehending the celestial body. Ni Hongi squinted her beautiful eyes and looked at Elder Nanyang. She said calmly, Elder Nanyang, is this the direction of the ethereal mountain cliff of Yang Peak? Yes, sect master. At this moment, Elder Nanyang was also puzzled. What was going on? Elders, follow me to take a look. Ni Hongi said and led the group of elders in the direction of the ethereal mountain cliff. At the ethereal mountain cliff, Senior sister, the ancestral master has become so big. Yu Qin raised her snow-white neck slightly and looked at the huge figure behind Ning Tian that was shining with golden light. Yes. Moon Spirit nodded slightly. Her eyes were filled with shock. She saw the golden figure that was at least 10,000 feet tall. At this moment, she remembered a sentence that had been passed down in the Tianmo cult. With the ancestral master, there was no surprise. Although she knew there would be surprise, this was too heaven-defying. Chapter 339. Boom. At this moment, Ning Tian was shrouded in golden light. Behind him, 1,000 feet large Dharma body appeared. It stepped on the mountain peak and rushed into the cloud. At this moment, dozens of figures landed at the bottom of the ethereal mountain. Yuling, Yu Qin? You're here too? Elder Nanyang's voice sounded as she walked towards the two girls. Hey, Master, when did you? The two women subconsciously turned around and saw a large group of elders and Ni Hongi behind them. Instantly, the two of them felt guilty and avoided eye contact. After all, the one who caused the commotion was their patriarch, an outsider who did not belong to the ethereal sect. What are you two girls doing? Nanyang's master asked hurriedly. She looked at the young man sitting on the ethereal mountain's cliff and her heart was in turmoil. Who was this young man? How could he cause the entire ethereal mountain's cliff to resonate? At this moment, Ni Hongi and the group of ethereal sect elders froze on the spot as though they were petrified. Each of them looked at the scene in front of them with a strange expression. The young man in front of them was sitting cross-legged. Behind him was a Dharma body. It was 10,000 feet tall and dazzling with golden light. It even caused the ethereal Tao engraved on the ethereal mountain's cliff to resonate. So powerful. All the ethereal sect elders widened their eyes in shock and excitement. Since when did their ethereal sect have such a powerful disciple? Elder Tianfeng, is this disciple from Sky-Gazing Peak? No, Elder Nanyang, is this disciple from Sky Peak? No, Elder Feng Mo, this disciple. No, so, who is this person? The group of elders questioned spiritually as they looked at each other. This young man was indeed quite powerful. But, who was he? He's not our ethereal sect's disciple. At this moment, Ni Hongi said indifferently. Her gaze was fixed on Ning Tian. 1,000 feet large Dharma body. This was enough to show that this young man was not simple outsider. Hearing this, the group of elders was stunned. Sect leader, should we stop him? After all, an outsider comprehended our ethereal sect's Tao attainments. This isn't too good, right? The group of elders frowned with somewhat ugly expressions. Wait. No, no. When Elder Tianfeng heard this, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly shook his head. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the elders, he hurriedly recounted what he had just said. What? Stepping on the void? A great emperor? At this moment, within ethereal sect, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even Ni Hongi furrowed her brows as a glint flickered in her eyes. An emperor realm expert? His voice faded. Her lips curled into a cold smile as she sensed the aura flowing out. When her gaze landed on Ning Tian, the smile on her face suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she was shocked in her heart. I can't sense his strength. Could it be that his strength is above mine? Moon Spirit, who is he? At this moment, Elder Nanyang could not help but panic. She only knew that Moon Spirit had brought someone to ethereal sect to ask for a favor. However, she had never thought that the person Moon Spirit had brought would be an Emperor realm expert. Master Nanyang, you've seen him before. However, before his identity was exposed, you had already returned to ethereal sect. Moon Spirit shook her head as she looked at Ning Tian and said slowly to Elder Nanyang. I've seen him before. Elder Nanyang frowned. He's the handsome Ning from that day. What? As soon as Elder Nanyang said that, Elder Nanyang's expression changed drastically as she inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Her eyes were filled with shock. She looked at Ning Tian, and her mind went blank. It was hard for her to associate the handsome Ning Tian in front of her with the ugly handsome Ning from that day. Most importantly, the jump in strength was too fast. A holy emperor had become an emperor realm expert. It was like King dream. Sect leader, what should we do? The elders were at a loss when they heard that Ning Tian was also an emperor realm expert. Although there were 2 emperors in ethereal sect, one should not forget that there were different tribulations among the emperors. Their sect leader, Ni Hongi, was only a 7 tribulations emperor. However, the young man in front of them had an unknown tribulations. They did not dare to act rashly. Let's wait and see. Ni Hongi pursed her red lips as her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. Yes. The group of elders nodded, their hearts still palpitating with fear. Everyone's gaze landed on Ning Tian. At this moment, the sect leader of the 5 Tao sects landed slowly. I didn't expect everyone to be here. He glanced at Ning Tian, who was sitting cross-legged at the side, but did not take it to heart. He was obviously distracted and his thoughts were on the heavenly sacred lake. Sect leader of the 5 Tao sects, why are you only here now? Did you secretly go to the heavenly sacred lake? Ni Hongi looked at sect leader of the 5 Tao sects coldly. Ha ha ha, sect leader Ni, you must be joking. Sect leader of the 5 Tao sects laughed as a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. He had indeed taken the opportunity to sneak in. However, he sensed that there was another Emperor realm expert in that direction. He guessed that the other Emperor realm expert of ethereal sect was guarding the lake. Ni Hongi did not say anything else as she looked at the cliff of ethereal mountain. Sect leader of the 5 Tao sects crossed his arms as he looked on coldly. Who could cause such a commotion in ethereal sect? Why had he not seen this young man before? At this moment, the golden light had attracted the attention of all the disciples of ethereal sect. Their eyes were filled with shock and awe as they looked at the golden figure that was thousands of feet tall. Boom! At the cliff of ethereal mountain. A commotion ensued. Then, the golden figure suddenly turned into rays of golden light and shone on Ning Tian, who was sitting cross-legged. At the same time, The system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind. Ethereal Tao, successfully comprehended. Absorbing. Host, please be prepared. Hearing this, Ning Tian's expression turned solemn as he nodded his head silently. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the golden light was enlightened. The golden light was dazzling. It shone on the entire cliff of Ethereal Mountain. In an instant, all the elders turned to look at the golden light. Waves of shock surged in their hearts. F***CK. What a dazzling golden light. Ah, my eyes. They are blinding my titanium divine eyes. All the elders' faces changed drastically. Ni Hongi squinted her eyes as she looked at the dazzling golden light. This is. The dazzling golden light lasted for more than half an hour before it finally came to an end. Ni Hongi and the other elders of Ethereal Sect looked over and their faces changed. They were shocked once again. Wow. Senior sister, there are so many ancestral masters in the sky. On the side, Yu Qin cried out in surprise. Chapter 340. In the sky. There were countless Ning Tians. Every Ning Tian's body had a trace of ethereal energy flowing out. Every one of them looked fake, but the energy that they emitted was extremely real. 999 ethereal clones. Holy sh**. I touched the ethereal Tao when I was 300 years old. Now that I'm 1,700 years old, I can only condense 500 ethereal clones. How long has it been since this young man condensed 990 ethereal clones? Holy sh**. Old man Feng Mo, you better shut up. You're considered good. How can people like us who only have 300 to 400 endure? No. In the sky, the number of ethereal clones is still increasing. What? Holy sh**. Who is this? In an instant, the entire Ethereal Mountains cliff was in an uproar. All the elders had a strange expression and their eyes were filled with shock. Was there no end to this? Hiss, Ni Hongi's eyes shone brightly. She looked calm but her heart was not. Before Master went to the realm of gods, he wrote down the comprehension of the ethereal Tao. Until now, no one has truly comprehended it. Even I. She muttered and could not help but feel guilty. However, no matter how she comprehended it, she could not comprehend the true ethereal Tao. Boom. In the sky, Ning Tian's ethereal clones were thousands. The number of ethereal clones was increasing. 999. 1,000. 3,000. 5,000. Over 10,000. So powerful. Isn't this too heaven-defying? The shock in everyone's heart had already reached its peak. Seeing Ning Tian's ethereal clones casually changing into hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of ethereal clones, this group of ethereal sex elders who had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years began to doubt their lives. Could it be, just because he was a great emperor, he could do whatever he wanted? Boom. Golden light flickered. In the sky, there were already tens of thousands of Ning Tian. So many ancestors, so many ancestors. Hihi, I miss, *omega \**. Yu Qin chuckled and secretly wiped her saliva. However, this scene was still seen by Moon Spirit. She couldn't help but frown and ask, Yu Qin, what are you thinking? Hihi, nothing, nothing. Yu Qin shook her head repeatedly. At the side, the ceiling flame Lion King arrogantly glanced at Yu Qin and coldly roared. She was just a silly little girl. Sure enough, it could be easily shaken. Wasn't it just a few thousand masters? What was there to be excited about? Could he learn from Master Lion's calmness? Even if a few thousand lionesses were placed in front of Master Lion would not be moved at all. Look, there are changes in the sky again. At this moment, Elder Tian Feng suddenly saw something. His expression changed slightly, and he shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to look at him again. In the sky, golden light flickered. All of the illusory doppelgangers dissipated, turning into strands of golden light that returned to Ning Tian's body. What is he trying to do? Could it be that 10,000 ethereal avatars is the limit? Ni Hongi frowned, sensing that something was wrong. In terms of causing a stir, the young man in front of her definitely surpassed her by a lot. However, her current understanding of the ethereal Tao was also able to turn into 10,000 Tao, far surpassing Ning Tian's. However, this was not right. Everyone's gaze fell on Ning Tian. At this moment, a mumble came from the sky. Ethereal Tao can turn into 10,000. However, the ethereal Tao body is only the surface and not the true essence. Ethereal, what exactly is it? Hearing Ning Tian's mumble, the group of ethereal sect elders was puzzled. What is he saying? Hearing this, only Ni Hongi was stunned. Her red lips moved slightly, and there was a trace of disbelief in the depths of her eyes. He is searching for the true ethereal Tao. However, other than Master, is there anyone else in the world who can truly comprehend the ethereal Tao? Her eyes gradually became firm. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Once one believed in something, it would not be disrupted. More so, it would not be disrupted by an outsider. In the sky, Ning Tian's mumbling continued. If the ethereal Tao body can turn into 10,000 Tao bodies, then it is very simple. As his voice faded, in the sky, 10,000 ethereal Tao bodies instantly appeared. What? 10,000 is not his limit. Seeing this scene, the elders who originally thought that Ning Tian was already heaven-defying had a change in expression. This is, even Ni Hongi, who originally had a firm gaze, was a little shaken. With a slight thought, he could turn into 10,000 Tao bodies. This was too terrifying. However, in the sky, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and he shook his head. No, this is not it. As his voice faded, the 10,000 ethereal Tao bodies dissipated. He said in his heart, "System, I want to deduce." Using the great Tao deduction, obtained from chapter 132, using Tao deduction, deduction in progress. As the system's voice faded, the Tao deduction was activated. Next, the group of ethereal sect elders saw a scene that they might only see once in their lives. In the sky, Ning Tian's ethereal Tao bodies were constantly changing, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. In fact, it had reached tens of millions. The sky was densely packed, and all of them were ancestral masters. This scene stunned everyone from ethereal sect. However, when everyone was shocked, they were filled with emotions. In the sky, the heaven-defying Lord said softly, "Not enough, it's far from enough." Hence, the deduction began again. When the originally numb crowd heard this, they only felt pain in their chests. Did you hear what a human is saying? Some elders had already begun to go berserk. Don't stop me. This old man wants to kill this pretentious bastard. This old man wants to perish together with him. This old man has cultivated for thousands of years, and I only have a few hundred Tao bodies. This bastard, in the blink of an eye, tens of millions, and he still says it's not enough. This old man wants to kill him. Elder Feng Mo, calm down. An elder wanted to persuade him. However, when he heard the sigh in the sky, his eyes instantly turned red, and his tone changed. Damn. Calm down my ass. Damn it, he's simply not human. This old man can't reach this level even if he spends his entire life. Sigh. I'm really ked up. The sounds of sighs, vomiting blood, and angry voices rose and fell one after another. At this moment, the hearts of the ethereal sect elders were completely disrupted. The expression in Ni Hongi's eyes also changed from firm to wavering, and finally to bright eyes. She stared at Ning Tian, unable to take her eyes off him, and muttered softly, Soon, we're almost there. Bang, bang, bang. Right at this moment, in the sky, tens of millions of clones merged into one, and golden light shone. Chapter 341. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling. Everyone's gazes turned to look at him. They saw, in the sky, thousands of illusory figures transformed into wisps of golden light and charged toward Ning Tian. Boom. In an instant, the light was dazzling. At the same time, Ning Tian was enveloped by an illusory aura. At the sight of that, the ethereal sect elders were filled with deep shock under the dazzling golden light. Gasps could be heard. It was incessant. What a powerful aura. This is The illusory aura. Legend has it that one can only comprehend the illusory aura after cultivating the ethereal Tao to the extreme. Damn! How is this possible? Doesn't this thing only exist in legends? Even if this young man is a great emperor expert, he can't be so heaven-defying. At this moment, the group of elders from the ethereal sect were all in a state of stupefaction and shock. He really did it. Enai Hongi covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of disbelief. She had comprehended for 100 years but had not made any progress. The young man in front of her had sat cross-legged under the cliff of the ethereal mountain for a few hours. He had reached the peak from the beginner realm. Enai Hongi found it hard to imagine what kind of talent he had to be able to achieve this. Even the gods' children in the Chaos Imperial domain who think highly of themselves can't do this. Enai Hongi muttered to herself and shook her head. The young man in front of her was definitely the most talented person in history. On this point, she believed it without a doubt, because in the Tianxian continent, there had never been a genius who could perfectly grasp a Tao attainment in just a few hours. In the sky, the golden light had dissipated, and the thousands of illusory figures had merged into one. Stopping. Tao demonstration completed. Ning Tian stood in the sky, looking at the wisp of aura in his hand and muttering to himself, "The true ethereal Tao is so simple." The wisp of aura in his hand was the true ethereal aura. Simple. Hearing this, the elders' mouths twitched. At this moment, Ning Tian's voice sounded again. Every ethereal doppelganger contains a trace of extremely fine ethereal qi. As long as there are enough ethereal doppelganger and they are gathered together, one will be able to obtain this powerful ethereal power. Not bad. Interesting. This ethereal Tao can indeed be taught to my wife and the others. The corners of Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly as he stared at the wisp of ethereal energy in his hand. The ethereal avatar was only the prerequisite for the Tao of ethereal. What was truly powerful was the misty qi. Although there was only a single wisp of qi formed by the thousands of clones, its power was truly boundless. The true strength of the misty aura was that it could be used in conjunction with other attacks. It was equivalent to enchantment. It was a disguised way to increase the power of his moves. Upon hearing that, the group of ethereal sect elders were stunned as they remained silent for a long time. They seemed to have unknowingly understood the true ethereal Tao. However, their gazes landed on the wisp of misty qi in Ning Tian's hand, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Damn it! Thousands of ethereal avatars could only condense that tiny bit of misty qi. Even if they understood what the ethereal Tao was, they would not be able to condense so many ethereal avatars. Without ethereal avatars, there was no way they could refine the misty qi. Right then, the group of ethereal sect elders felt terrible as though they had eaten shit. They clearly knew how to cultivate but they did not have the ability and could only watch helplessly. So, that's the case. Enai Hongi frowned slightly. Although she knew, it was still somewhat difficult for her. At this moment, above the firmament, looking at the wisp of misty qi in his hand, Ning Tian shook his head slightly. It's a pity that it's still too little. I'll try to create more ethereal avatars next time. At the end of the day, I'm still too weak. Weak. At this moment, 3 question marks appeared in the minds of all the ethereal sect elders. All of them glared at Ning Tian furiously. Although this lad was very handsome, he was infuriating. He had already mastered the ethereal Tao completely, and he still said that he was weak. Really shameless, he's not human. However, what this group of elders did not know was that Ning Tian was really that shameless. He really did not act like a human for a long time. The most important thing was that Ning Tian's sigh was indeed from the bottom of his heart. After all, he was only at the peak of Sky Venerable Realm, half-step God Emperor. Compared to his wives, he was indeed weaker. This was indeed the truth. Fat. Elder Feng Mo, pull yourself together. This old man. Not good. Elder Feng Mo has lost his mind from anger. Elder Han Qin has also fainted from anger. At this moment, this group of ethereal sect elders were all dealt a blow. Killing someone's heart. This was something that their patriarch had always done very well. I just don't know, under the enchantment of misty chi, how powerful will this palm be? A doubtful voice floated from the firmament. Ni Hongi suddenly reacted and her face changed. This fellow Daoist, please don't try it. Her delicate body moved, wanting to stop him. However, boom, boom. The palm landed. In the fairyland like ethereal immortal mountain, a beautiful spiritual energy mushroom cloud slowly rose. Boom. In an instant, the mountains shattered and the ground collapsed. Seeing this scene, the group of ethereal sect was instantly stunned. Ni Hongi was also stunned on the spot. Good, so powerful. The corner of Ni Hongi's mouth raised into a wry smile. Her ethereal immortal mountain had probably not been damaged like this for hundreds of years. TSK, as expected of the patriarch, dismantling words first. No matter who you are, dismantling first is a form of respect. At the side, Yuqin clicked her tongue and sighed. Moon Spirit also responded with a wry smile. Only the ceiling flame Lion King, who took out a pen and paper from nowhere, looked at Ning Tian in the sky and wrote something on the paper under the dumbfounded gaze of the group of elders. Roar. Master destroyed 10,000 meters this time, I cannot fall behind. This is a good tradition, I must inherit. 3. Not bad. A casual attack can cause such power. Under the enchantment of misty chi, even ordinary attacks are strengthened. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth rose slightly and he nodded in satisfaction. Then, he put away the misty chi, looked at the people below with a calm expression, and slowly descended from the sky. At the same time, the system's voice began to ring in his mind. You shocked Ni Hongi. You shocked Moon Spirit. You shocked Yuqin. You shocked the elders of ethereal sect. You shocked the disciples of ethereal sect. Received a shocking reward. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.